This is Indonesia, a land of immeasurable diversity, a land that offers vast opportunities. This is the nexus of hopes and aspirations from across the archipelago.
Bersama, kami berikan kontribusi nyata lewat inovasi, karya cipta, dan pencapaian lain sesuai bidang ilmu. Dari UI, untuk Indonesia yang toleran, unggul, dan bermartabat.
Welcome to Universitas Indonesia. Since our beginnings, Universitas Indonesia has been continually evolving and building upon our achievements. We have become the biggest, best, and leading university in Indonesia and also Asia. Here at Universitas Indonesia, the best and brightest from across the region come to study. From diverse backgrounds, we build an intellectual community that enriches and enhances humanity. For superior generations, Universitas Indonesia provides world-class learning facilities. We implement state-of-the-art technology for research and industrial development. Our campus is accessible to all, also to the disabled. This is our commitment for realizing an inclusive educational environment. Universitas Indonesia is fully supported by environmentally friendly transportation and sustainable energy systems. We take pride in being a green and sustainable campus. Universitas Indonesia partners with relevant stakeholders to facilitate and provide ease of comfort for day-to-day activities for all our academic community. We recognize that each individual is unique, with unique talents and interests. As such, Universitas Indonesia provides opportunities for every individual to develop themselves to their fullest. Universitas Indonesia provides and fully supports students with great facilities and activities so that students are able to develop and grow to become their best. Together, we embrace our diversity to grow the future together. For Indonesia, for the world. Universitas Indonesia, unity in diversity. Universitas Indonesia, Veritas, Probitas, Justisia.
We would like to invite all participants of the Universitas Indonesia International Conference on G20 to enter the ballroom and please take your seat. We would like to invite all participants of the Universitas Indonesia International Conference on G20 to enter the ballroom and please take start our today's event in 5 minutes. Like to invite once again all participants of Universitas Indonesia International Conference on G20 to enter the ballroom and please take your seat. We will start our today's event in 5 minutes.
Tumpukan sampah menyelimuti Kali Perancis di Dadap hingga menimbulkan bau tidak sedap.
Pak, saudara, tumpukan sampah di Pasar Gede Bage, Kota Bandung semakin menggunung.
Ini adalah gunungan sampah. Tidak terlihat selain sampah, nampaknya kalau bisa saya gambarkan di sini.
Pemirsa, tumpukan sampah di pinggir tol Cibitung Cilincing, Kabupaten Bekasi, Jawa Barat kini menjadi sorotan publik. Lantas bagaimana kondisi
Pernahkah kita sejenak berpikir dan merenung apa yang terjadi jika suatu hari nanti seluruh bahan bakar fosil di muka bumi ini habis? Akankah semua lalu lalang dan segala keriangan kehidupan ini terhenti dan semua menjadi gelap gulita? Atau kemudian, pernahkah kita juga bertanya dalam hati kemana perginya seluruh sampah yang kita hasilkan setiap hari? Akankah sampah-sampah itu hanya menghilang begitu saja dari hadapan kita dan teronggok di sudut-sudut tempat sampah? Atau justru sampah bisa menjadi permulaan sebuah harapan untuk kehidupan yang lebih baik? Berawal dari kegundahan dan keresahan terhadap permasalahan sampah serta pengembangan energi terbarukan, Universitas Indonesia melalui Direktorat Pengabdian dan Pemberdayaan Masyarakat menjalin sebuah kerjasama strategis dengan PT Python Energy untuk mewujudkan sebuah impian besar bagi Indonesia bahkan dunia yang dimulai dari sebuah langkah kecil bersama, yaitu mewujudkan Zero Organic Waste di lingkungan Universitas Indonesia sebagai bagian dari pencapaian Sustainable Development Goals, khususnya tujuan SDGs ke-7, Affordable and Clean Energy, tujuan ke-12, Responsible Consumption and Production, serta tujuan ke-13, Climate Action. Dan seluruh harapan itu dimulai dari tempat sederhana namun penuh dengan asa. Laboratorium Parangtopo FMIPA Universitas Indonesia, Rumah Riset dan Inovasi.
Jadi produksi biogas itu kan sangat tergantung dari banyak parameter ya. Jadi misalnya salah satunya kualitas dari feedstocks itu sangat mempengaruhi kualitas dan banyaknya gas yang dihasilkan. Jadi salah satu tantangan yang kita hadapi sekarang ini adalah mencari formulasi yang paling optimal. Misalnya berapa banyak bahan organik yang kita pakai, ataupun misalnya apa saja kualitasnya yang kita butuhkan, jenis kayu atau ranting ataupun sampah organik lainnya. Nah, itu mungkin salah satu yang menjadi tantangan kita. Kemudian faktor cuaca juga sangat mempengaruhi karena produksi biogas itu kan sangat tergantung dari suhu lingkungannya ya. Jadi harapan kita sih ke depannya
His Excellency Dr. Insinyur Airlangga Hartanto, Minister of Finance Republik of Indonesia, Her Excellency Sri Mulyani Indrawati, and Rector of Universitas Indonesia, Profesor Ari Kuncoro. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let's prepare to sing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please raise on your feet. Please stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our events today, let's we prepare to our praying sessions. Let's we take a moment to praise the Almighty God for His blessing so we are able to attend this essential event. Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of Republik Indonesia, His Excellency Dr. Insinyur Airlangga Hartanto, Minister of Finance Republik of Indonesia, Her Excellency Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Rector of Universitas Indonesia, Professor Ari Kuncoro, Secretary of University and all Vice Rectors, the Chairman of Academic Senate, Ketua Dewan Guru Besar, Professor John Kirton from Study Center, University of Toronto, Canada, Deans of Faculties, Executive of the University Administration Center, Chair and Co-Chair of G20, G20 Expert Team of Universitas Indonesia, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mira, and it's my pleasure to be the host on this essential event. On behalf of Universitas Indonesia, I want to spread the warmest welcome to all of the participants who attend the discussion through online meeting, YouTube UI, and UI TV, and of course, the participants who attend here offline together with me in GW Marriott Hotel, Jakarta. I hope this second day of Universitas Indonesia International Conference on G20 runs well, and we all expect a stronger collaboration between researchers, Universitas Indonesia, the Indonesia's G20 presidency in particular, and of course, all members of the G20 in general. G20 Indonesia, we recover together, recover stronger. This event is supported by Sherpa G20 Indonesia, Universitas Indonesia, Bank Mandiri, and BNI. Also, generously supported by Innovation Product of Academic Community, Masket from PT Sainsgo Karya Indonesia, and Izat Pure Honey from PT Rin Biotech Indonesia. Excellencies, our distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we would like to invite Rector of Universitas Indonesia, Professor Ari Kuncoro, to the podium to deliver the welcoming speech. Please give a warm of applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. His Excellency Bapak Insinyur Joko Widodo, President of Republic of Indonesia, represented by His Excellency Bapak Airlangga Hartanto, Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellency Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Minister of Finance, Republic of Indonesia, the Honorable Professor John Kirton, Director of G20 Study Center, University of Toronto, the Honorable Invited Speaker, respected guests, panelists, experts, participants, ladies and gentlemen. We are honored to welcome you to University Indonesia International Conference on G20, boosting Indonesia's role in G20 Presidency 2022. This conference is held to strengthen Indonesia's role as an academic partner of the government of Indonesia that contributes to research-based policies in science, technology, health, culture, and arts as part of global cooperation. After more than 2 years wrestling with the COVID-19 pandemic, the world is currently on the cusp of recovery. As a world major economic forum, G20 has the capacity to propel and accelerate global recovery. Embarking from the challenges faced during the COVID-19 pandemic, G20 holds a crucial role as the vanguard of global recovery. In its G20 presidency, Indonesia has chosen the theme, Recover Together, Recover Stronger, which resonates with the spirit of collaboration, inclusion, and resilience in overcoming adversities caused by the pandemic. Indonesia focuses on 3 priority issues that are considered to be the key to a strong and sustainable recovery, namely global health architecture, digital economic transformation, and energy transition. These 3 priority issues require strategies and synergy from policymakers and various stakeholders. As an academic partner of the Indonesian government in the G20, Universitas Indonesia has a great responsibility to support Indonesia's leadership in this year G20. UI plays a strategic role in holding discussions and dialogues on important issues and contributing intellectually to the main priorities of the Indonesia's G20 presidency. This conference serves as a forum for the exchange of ideas among academics and policy stakeholders to reinforce Indonesia's G20 presidency. The researchers in UI have formulated their thinking into draft of policy brief, as many as 43 policy recommendations on the 3 priority issues, as well as cross-cutting issues and ideas from T20 forum have been presented and discussed yesterday on the first day of this conference. The result of the discussion will be compiled as policy brief that we hope will make a significant contribution to the 3 priority issues set by Indonesia G20 presidency. These are the UE legacy to Indonesia G20 presidency. I'm also pleased to share another contribution for the Indonesia G20 presidency from Universitas Indonesia. Just a few days ago, Universitas Indonesia has handed over a fully electric low-entry bus to the government for the use in the G20 summit in Bali next October. This IV bus innovation product comes from research in Universitas Indonesia, collaborating with the industrial partner. Universitas Indonesia has a high hope with this Indonesian-made EV bus that innovation will create positive impact on issues such as climate change, public transportation, and national industry, as well as domestic energy resilience. We also hope that our collaboration with our industrial partner does not end here. Instead, become the catalyst for the further research on technology and product design, as well as improving the manufacturing capacity, so this prototype can be mass-produced in the near future. I wish you to have insightful and fruitful discussion. I hope this conference strengthens the role of Universitas Indonesia in boosting the G20 Indonesia Presidency 2022. Terima kasih. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm of applause for Prof. Ari. Thank you, Prof. Ari, for the welcoming remark. So now it's my deep pleasure to invite His Excellency Dr. Insinyur Airlangga Hartanto, Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs of Republik Indonesia, representing our Mr. President, His Excellency Insinyur Joko Widodo, to deliver the opening speech. Dr. Airlangga, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. The Honorable Ibu Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Minister of Finance, Republik Indonesia. Honorable Prof. Ari Kuncoro, Rector of University of Indonesia. Honorable Prof. John Kirton, G20 Study Center, University of Toronto. Honorable Professor, scholars, panelists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to extend my highest appreciation to University of Indonesia for arranging this event. This conference raised an important theme, boosting Indonesia's role, G20 Presidency 2022. It is important because today, less than 6 months away from the summit, we really need to increase our effort to ensure that the Bali Summit will be fruitful and benefiting many. On behalf of Bapak Presiden, Bapak Joko Widodo, I'm thrilled to share with you the optimism that with the strong support from intellectuals and grassroots community, we can turn the summit into an achievement, not only for Indonesia, but also for the global community. The world we are seeing today is characterized by 5 C's, or what we call a perfect storms. The first C is COVID-19. We are in the tail of the COVID-19, and we understand that the BA4 and 5 is also threatening the Indonesian people at the moment. And the second C is conflicts in Ukraine war that reflecting the crisis in the food, energy, as well as the debt trap in many countries. As of today, there are 60 countries. They are in difficulties, and Bapak Presiden was appointed as a group chairman of global global crisis recovery group, that the response is needed by the United Nations. And out of the 60 countries, 40 are in danger and potentially become a failed state. I think Indonesia was chosen because we are having experience in dealing with this in 1998 and 2008, and also during the pandemic COVID, that Indonesia fiscal policy are sound. That is because of the champion of Ibu Sri Mulyani, one of the UI notable alumni. And then the third C is climate change. Indonesia was lucky that during this continued rainy seasons, for the very first time that in the last 3 years, we don't import staple food such as rice. And Bapak Presiden during 2 days ago, during the meeting, was asked by Pakistani leaders as well as Bangladesh and others, including China, that they would like to import rice from Indonesia. And yesterday, Bapak Presiden agreed that Indonesia will export 200,000 of rice this year. So this is a turn on Indonesia's self-reliance in the rice productions. And then the fourth C is the commodity prices. Now we have an issues of the energy price of oil, as well as metal and palm oil. So this will push the inflations, and luckily Indonesia is not passing through the price of the energy price, what we give subsidies to the people. And this year alone, the total subsidy is around 424 trillion. And the last is the cost of living. The cost of living is becoming an issue. In US, they have difficulties in supply of baby foods, and in Europe, many staple food, including wheat, oil, are also very difficult to obtain. And more countries are more protectionist, and they are all tend to protect their own interests. With the ongoing situation, we can fully realize the interdependency among countries, and the importance of balancing countries' voice has never felt more necessary than today. The mandate of G20 presidency underscored the hope for leadership in mobilizing and collective and massive global actions. As the premier global economic forum, the G20 under Indonesia leadership can set up political guidance to meet 2030 SDGs by leaving no one behind. Though the sum of the target SDGs has been delayed by the impact of the COVID-19. Indonesia had selected the theme of Recover Together, Recover Stronger as a moral compass to unified developed and emerging countries in addressing the global challenges. Indonesia focused on the global health architectures, digital-based economic transformation, and energy transition. This is essentially reflect the way of thinking of Bapak Presiden Joko Widodo on the required to reform to carry out post-pandemic global economic recovery and prepare for better global prosperities. Ladies and gentlemen, to achieve stronger recovery, we need to make economic source accessible. We need to boost the incomes of common people, where 60% of them experience a decrease in their earning due to the COVID-19 restriction. We should assist developing countries that need more than 1.2 trillion per year to fund their social protection. Our presidency underlines the importance of collaboration in inclusive manner. Every country, every citizens, including vulnerable groups, must benefit from G20 actions, policy, and recommendation. The role of international collaboration become more substantial. The leadership of multicultural and international organizations plays a crucial role in ensuring inclusive global recovery. This year, Indonesia has the momentum to cast international legacy as we are running the G20 presidency. One of the issues, of course, how to maintain G20 intact with today's the tension in the global geopolitics between the war in Ukraine, G7, as well as on the Indo-Pacific between the South China Sea, which the tension of the trade war between China and US are still intact. And we can see from the Shangri-La meetings in Singapore a few days ago, the US and China are exchanging their words on Taiwan. So this is the situations that Indonesia has to sail through. And I believe Indonesia will play a vital role on resolving some of these issues. Indonesia also focus on by enhancing the post-pandemic recovery, and Indonesia has showcased that during the last 2 years, the COVID-19 are maintained below 600 at the moment, and then the inflation is about 3.5%, which is lower than many countries, and the economic growth 5% in the last 6 months, Q4 and Q1, and early discussion with Ibu Sri Mulyani. Ibu Sri is confident that Indonesia also positive in Q2, which is expected. The calculation about 4.7 to 5.2, maybe in the middle ground. Ibu Sri Mulyani will see that's more likely to happen. So if this happens, that it really shows that Indonesia policy is on the right track, and other country is willing to learn from Indonesia. Through upcoming the G20 summit in Bali, we ask G20 countries to join Indonesia to cement the global commitment toward inclusive, green, and sustainable recovery. And during the meeting in many forums, including in Davos in Singapore, as well as yesterday business forum that is attended by Ibu Sri Mulyani, I raised the issues of energy transition that is not only for transition, but also has to be just as well as affordable for the people. And many countries today are talking about the secure energy or energy security. So it has to be had a strike balance between the three with the current global economic situation. On the food price, many countries need collaborations. And as of yesterday, there is 14 countries are making their restriction not to export their staple products. One either is wheat, chicken, or other kind of food, sugar. So we have to be prepared that self-sufficient in food productions will becoming an issue, and we have to make it prepared and ready for the year of 2023. The other issues of the green and sustainables, Indonesia will welcome the university and think tanks organized by T20, S20 to give their inputs that Indonesia can use it for the next Sherpa meeting. And between the concrete collaboration between the policymakers, relevant actors, including academicians and researchers, are becoming more and more important. And also aligning academician researcher to the implementation policy in the real sectors, and that is the target to reduce disconnection gap between the concept and implementations. And of course, the global partnership is necessary for not only for education and knowledge, but also to support Indonesia presidency in G20. And to conclude my remark, allow me to express my high expectation towards these meetings and this seminar. The distinguished academics and researchers, I hope that G20 will provide a platform to turn research and scientific project into a concrete, actionable outcome. This will be Indonesia G20 legacy and Indonesia legacy for more peaceful world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Airlangga Hartanto. Please take your seat. The symbolic opening from Dr. Airlangga Hartanto is an indication of today's conference is officially open. So we give a round of applause. G20 Indonesia, recover together, recover stronger. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will provide you plenty of knowledge and insight. First of all, allow me to introduce our first keynote speaker, Her Excellency Sri Mulyani Indrawati, Minister of Finance. She is the Executive Director of International Monetary Fund, IMF. She was also elected as the 23rd World's Most Influencing Woman from Forbes magazine in 2008, and the second most influencing woman in Indonesia from Globe Asia magazine in October 2007. On February 11, 2018, the World Government Summit has announced her as the best minister in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Her Excellency Sri Mulyani Indrawati. Please give a warm of applause.
Terima kasih. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you. Yang saya hormati Bapak Airlangga Hartanto, Bapak Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs, on behalf of His Excellency and Honorable President of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Joko Widodo. Prof. Kuncoro, as Rector of the University of Indonesia, all other colleagues from the University of Indonesia, Mr. John Kirton, G20 Study Center, University of Toronto, all my colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased as well as honored to be able to be here to provide a keynote speech in an international conference on G20 organized by University of Indonesia. The theme that will be discussed in this event, boosting Indonesia's role under the G20 presidency, expediting the Indonesia role in strategic issue for Indonesia presidency in the G20. This is very timely as well as interesting and also challenging, both in terms of time as well as the situation that we have to manage, and especially for Indonesia to perform the G20 presidency due to the global situation which is changing very dramatically, and also new uncertainty which is created by this development. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know that the year of 2022 was expected to become a year of recovery. That's why when Indonesia decided to take over the G20 presidency from India in 2022, our theme is Recover Together, Recover Stronger. We were thinking that the most important situation that we are going to manage or solve in 2022 is the post-pandemic or the transition of pandemic situation toward endemic, and how we are going to ensure the recovery is going to be together and stronger. On the pandemic side, globally and also in Indonesia, the number of cases of COVID-19 has consistently declining, although, as Pak Airlangga mentioned, that the new variant will continue also mutated. This is due to the vaccine acceleration, as well as the, in this case, ability to make sure that the access of vaccine to many countries has been secure, albeit it's not in even access. That's why the word together is becoming very, very important. With the declining case of the COVID-19, the mobility of the people now is already improved. Restriction has been removed. Maybe exception only in a few countries. And that will create a hope and expectation of the economic recovery. But the global risk, the biggest risk to the global economy in 2022, despite those hopes, is actually shifting in a very radical way. Bapak Airlangga has already mentioned about the 5 C's, in which not only the COVID, which is not yet subside, although already in a relatively manageable level, but we are now facing also with the commodity price conflict, which is creating a spillover to the world. And that's definitely is becoming the most important risk, because as mentioned by Pak Airlangga also, G20 was established as a global economic cooperation, a premier global economic cooperation forum. Cooperation can only be done if the membership and the world is not in conflict. So the current conflict and geopolitical tension definitely threatening the core values of the G20, that is cooperation. And not only the conflict itself will create a complication in terms of the cooperation and coordination, but the conflict creating a spillover which really affecting and challenging the economic recovery. As you all know, as also mentioned earlier, the increasing food and energy price has pushed the inflation at the highest level in the 40 years for many advanced countries. And that will follow by the tightening, especially on the monetary policy. Increasing interest rate and tightening of liquidity definitely will affect the performance of the economic recovery globally, and especially in the advanced country, but also then have a spillover in the emerging and developing country. These are all the contexts and the dynamic that we need to manage during the G20 presidency of Indonesia. As you all know, with this kind of dynamic context, the theme of recovering together and recover stronger is becoming severely threatened or undermined with the situation which is developed. As for Indonesia, both as a host country as well as a presidency, our ability to preside as well as lead and manage this G20 meeting will definitely depend on first our own reputation in managing the COVID and also in supporting and steering and creating a recovery process which is robust, credible, and sustainable. The situation that we're having since 2020 with the COVID has forced Indonesia, the government, to implement extraordinary policy because we are dealing with the extraordinary challenges. Pandemic is not threatening the human life, but also have a potential domino effect to the social, economic, and financial serious implication. That's why President Jokowi passed the emergency law that's become and approved by the Parliament to become a law number 2 in 2020 as a sound and strong policy framework for Indonesia to respond to these unprecedented and extraordinary challenges. The law number 2, which is allowing government on the fiscal side to have deficit more than 3%, which is already being adopted by Indonesia for almost 20 years as what we call it a fiscal prudence practices or law. And that is creating a good reputation for the Indonesia macroeconomic stability. For Indonesia to abandon this cap of 3% is a big deal because the world, historically, many emerging and developing countries, they can easily abandon such a very important prudential policy and then returning back into those discipline usually is very difficult. For Indonesia, under the law number 2, 2020, which is explaining that this extraordinary measure will only for 3 years. That's creating an anchor for both the prudential policy, macroeconomic policy, both fiscal and monetary side, as well as providing the credible signaling in terms of the direction of policy for the Indonesia. And we have to be very thankful for this kind of framework, because then on the 3rd year of the pandemic, the world experiencing another dynamic or even volatile global economic financial situation. So by anchoring our policy in such a very strong, credible, and consistent way, Indonesia at least creating a certainty, and that's become one of the most important anchor of stability. The stability doesn't mean that Indonesia is not flexible and responsive during the past 3 years, Indonesia even have a very flexible and responsive both fiscal policy, supporting and working together with monetary policy and other real economic activity and policy, which is coordinated by Pak Airlangga Hartanto. Our flexibility in providing budget support from health, social protection, support to small medium enterprises, support to the corporation, recovery of the economy at the regional level, as well as addressing a scarring effect, is becoming very, very well known by the public, announcing very clearly, and that's create a map or a path for recovery. With that very strong coordination from Pak Airlangga and all the economic team, we were able to recover Indonesia economy. Last year, we were able to grow by 3.69%, in which the last quarter of last year has recovered growth above 5%, slightly above, and continue in the first quarter of this year. We do hope that with this kind of policy response, we were able to navigate and manage the recovery process in 2021, 2022, and continue to 2023. That was the Indonesia response, which became a platform for us to share during this G20 presidency. As you all know, managing as well as leading this G20 presidency is not an easy task. This is different from 2018, in which Indonesia hosting the IMF and World Bank annual meeting, in which the event is only in one specific week. More than 180 countries, governors, as well as Minister of Finance attended, and we can concentrate on deliverable in that specific event. G20 involving almost all stakeholders in Indonesia, and this is 1 year presidencies, meaning the activity will spread between or during this presidency from December 2021 to November, that is the summit in 2022. And during this 1 year presidency, anything could happen, as we all witnessing what is happening. What didn't happen, it happened, and what is happening then create an implication for this presidency. Indonesia, from the finance track, we actually have an experiencing this kind of changing context that affecting directly the G20 membership. During our February meeting, finance track, that is finance minister and central bank governor, that was only 2 weeks or a week before the war in Ukraine started. So we've already in February witnessing the flavor of this geopolitical conflict within our meeting. And that is one of the area of the challenge that we really need to manage. Because we want to see, and the world, it is not only Indonesia and Indonesia presidency who want and who need to have this kind of G20 forum to be continue maintain. But most importantly, the world will need this kind of cooperation even more, especially when the conflict is now becoming or realized to become a war. So our task to manage this G20 meeting in the middle of conflict is becoming the most important challenge. Are we going to be only dominated by this conflict and then forgetting the big agenda that we need to discuss and to deliver during this presidency? Or we will be able to continue discuss the agenda and the issue which is strategically important for the world as well as for Indonesia, while at the same time we have to manage the conflict which is ongoing. That is maybe the most important for the University of Indonesia, which is today trying to discuss what is the Indonesia role and how this G20 will provide a benefit not only for us but also for the global economy. As you all know that under the Recover Together and Recover Stronger, the finance track under the Indonesia presidency will address 6 very important issues or agenda. The first, which is ironically, the title is Exit Strategy Toward Recovery. This is among the legacy theme or issue from Italian presidency, because the G20 members were hoping that 2022 is supposed to be a recovery process, and that's why all the finance minister and central bank governor need to start thinking about how to exit, how to design the exit policy from the extraordinary situation. The second one is how we address scarring effect to secure future growth. Pandemic is not just a health issue. It's creating a very deep wound to the economy, and it's depend from sector to sector or region to region, country to country. The scarring effect is becoming one of the theme of how we are going to design the policy, which is not one size fits all, but also looking into a more deeper the situation of each sectoral activity. The third issue, which is very important, is payment system, especially under the digital era. This is especially related to many new platform or payment system and the emerging of the crypto technology or currency, which is creating a very important issue for the stabilization of any economy, monetary policy, and payment system. The fourth issue is sustainable finance, which is related to what already mentioned by Airlangga about the transition toward lower carbon but in an affordable and just, and also now the issue of security is becoming very important. The fifth issue is financial inclusion, because it is important that under the digital technology era, that most important part of the economy, especially small, medium enterprises and lower income household, they are not left behind. So financial inclusion is becoming very important. And the sixth theme, which is very close to my heart, and really the core issue for the Ministry of Finance, is international taxation agreement. These are all the theme and the agenda under the finance track. Of course, this is supporting the theme that the President outlined at the Sherpa track, as mentioned earlier by Pak Airlangga, that is on first, joint health and finance, or pandemic preparedness mechanism. The second one, digital technology and economy. And the third one is sustainable economy and finance. At the finance track, the discussion is much more deeper and technical. And that's become one of the most maybe advantage. When the world in conflict, we still can discuss the technical problem or technical issue, less politicized. But even that, we cannot totally avoiding the political environment and the political landscape, which is changing very rapidly and dramatically, even during our meeting. It was tested last April when we hosted G20 Finance Track in Washington, D.C. on the sideline of the spring meeting of the IMF and World Bank. Now back to the question whether the geopolitical tension or conflict is going to dominate and it will then threaten this cooperation, or Indonesia as a G20 presidency will continue be able to deliver and discuss the issue, the agenda, which is important for Indonesia as well as for the world. I'd like to provide you with some progress. I must say that given and even under these very complex and difficult circumstances, Indonesia is still continue able to maintain this kind of cooperation, and also hopefully we are going to be able to deliver all the agenda under the G20. Interestingly, I would like to also share with you, even all parties in conflict, they are conflict to each other, but when they are talking with Indonesia as a president of this, as holding the presidency of the G20, they are all strongly support the Indonesia presidency agenda. So that is the advantage that we try to continue, maintain, and manage. First, on the pandemic response, under the Finance Minister and Health Minister joint, we've already now preparing the Financial Intermediary Fund establishment that will creating or providing support, or in this case, financing gap for the pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. We all know that this pandemic is not going to be the last pandemic in the world. And that's why the world needs to better prepare when the next pandemic is going to hit us. It's not supposed to be allowed to create a devastating impact economically and socially. So we will continue pushing, according to the President Jokowi, first agenda of delivery of this G20 presidency is about pandemic preparedness, how we are going to support globally on this financial intermediary fund. The second one is about supporting low-income and vulnerable country, which is already mentioned by Pak Airlangga. Many countries in the world during this pandemic has dramatically increased their public debt. They have to do that because they want it, but because they don't have any option. Their revenue dropped because the economic activity, in this case, stands still or stopped, while their spending increased. So all countries suffering deficit. Yesterday I just visited Singapore and have another chat with DPM Lawrence Wong, as well as finance minister. We always, as a finance minister, the first conversation is always about, is your fiscal already returned to normal? Because all countries in the past 2 years, or even now entering the third year, they are still in a quite deep deficit. And that's create increasing public debt. For countries who even before the pandemic has already high public debt to GDP ratio, some countries is already above 60%, some even 80%, some even 100%. So they are now having even more dramatic debt to GDP ratio. And for the country which is in the low income and vulnerable one, the situation is becoming unsustainable. This situation is even now with the increasing inflation, which is responded by interest rate and tightening by the monetary policy in advanced country, and tightening of liquidity will definitely exacerbate their situation. So many low-income countries is actually in a very dire risk or close to the financial crisis. That's why United Nation Secretary General establishing this group in which Pak Airlangga mentioned we are going to address globally food, energy, and debt or financial crisis. According to the IMF, more than 60 countries is in a very vulnerable financially. And that's why the world need to respond. When I talk about the debt in Indonesia, usually a little bit baper. While Indonesia is actually today is in the 42% or even now currently with the strong revenue that we are enjoying because of commodity boom, our debt to GDP ratio is actually now declined to 13.8% of GDP, even during or still within these 3 years of our law number 2. If you compare with many countries in the world, this is still in a relatively safe level. We are not, in this case, complacent, because the world environment is very, very dangerous. Oh, somebody have to translate what is the baper, so Pak Perry have to translate it. What is it? So that's why this is going to be one of the issues in the finance track in which dealing with the debt, especially for the low-income country, with the discussion about the common framework, a framework which is going to be provided for the especially G20 countries in dealing with many countries under a severe economic or financial condition. We are also going to discuss about sustainable finance, which is already mentioned by Pak Airlangga, and for the delivery of Indonesia, we will continue supporting the UNFCCC Paris Agreement on reducing CO2 emission through national determined contribution and through many instruments including carbon market, energy transition mechanism, and even carbon tax. This is going to be one of the most important discussion issue under the G20. And I also would like to invite University of Indonesia to have more and more experts that is understand the dangers and the threat of climate change, and most importantly, not only just saying that climate change is going to threatening the world, but most importantly, within the University of Indonesia, I really expect that there are more and more experts that will dedicate their thinking, their knowledge, their profession to how we are going to be able to design both mitigation and adaptation. Climate change is definitely going to be here to stay and even more and more serious. Whether you are from the economic study or faculty, or you are from other engineering, health, we need you to jointly with us designing what is the right policy. Currently, the Indonesia government, we are working very closely on how we can transform our energy into a more sustainable and renewable. That's why Pak Rector mentioned about the electric car is going to be very important. This is going to be a shifting moment for Indonesia. Luckily, Indonesia have a natural resource rich, so we do have potentially a lot of what you call it energy mix, which is based on renewable. This is the area which is important for Indonesia, important for G20, and important for the world. So I do hope the University of Indonesia will play and continue play prominent role in this area. How to deliver net zero emission with the sound and strong, credible, sustainable framework. We are going to also discuss on revitalizing infrastructure investment in a sustainable, inclusive, and accessible, as well as affordable way. This is the issue which is going to be discussed because since the G20 under Australia Presidency, China, Germany, this issue about the infrastructure investment and development is very, very always continue important. Lastly, the digital technology, maybe I will leave it to the central bank as well as the ministry, but this is the area which we are going to discuss more on the implication of digital technology in the economy, both as an opportunity as well as potential risk coming from this technology. And of course, we are committed to implement the international tax package, the two-pillar, very important agreement, which is very historical. The implementation of this two-pillar of the international tax package, including how we are going to make sure that the tax evasion and base erosion, profit shifting can be prevented so that the world is going to have a much more equal and just taxing regime. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to close by saying that the Indonesia presidency, during this very challenging environment and situation, is definitely going to be very critical. I will also first expressing my appreciation to the University of Indonesia as a member of Think 20 or T20, which is playing an important role during this G20 process, and especially in the finance track and Sherpa track. The world is not going to be the same world that you are all recognized in the past 40 years. The world is in a tipping point. Change definitely is going to be with us. So during this kind of critical time, university, as a place for many academicians to dedicate their life or always thinking ahead the curve, people will look at you and expect you to provide a solution. How we are going to be able to reconstruct global governance so that the cooperation is going to be built or rebuilt. How we are going to be able to design a governance at the global level that allowing inclusive and legitimate governing body that is allow all the member countries to be able to participate in a peaceful way. As you all know, Indonesia have our constitution, which is mandating us as a country, as a nation, as a people, to participate actively in maintaining the world peace order. This is not only me, this is not only President Jokowi, this is our founding father. Their vision about the Indonesia role to be able to become a country and a people who will actively maintain the world peace order based on social justice. So with that, again, our expectation to the University of Indonesia as a university who has all those talent pools, academicians, to be able to contribute. I'm sure you are all going to answer this historical assignment. If you are all putting your effort and energy to address the issue which is strategically important for human and humanity in the world, then the University of Indonesia will truly become the guru bangsa, the teachers of people of Indonesia. This is my expectation as well as support for the University of Indonesia to continue focus on doing the right thing and doing the most important thing for the country. It is not about you, it is about the people of Indonesia. It is about the world that we want to make it better. Recover together, recover stronger. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ibu Sri Mulyani. We would like to invite Ibu Sri Mulyani to remain on the stage. We would like to invite His Excellency Dr. Insinyur Airlangga Hartanto to the stage, and also Rector of Universitas Indonesia, Professor Ari Kuncoro, to pass on the plaques of appreciation to our honorable outstanding speakers on the stage. we would like to invite Secretary of University and all Vice Rectors to the stage to taking the photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm of applause for all the speakers and the committees. Thank you for all our keynote speakers that giving fruitful insights for our today's agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a coffee break for 10 minutes. The coffee and snacks are ready outside the room. Please be noted that we will start with the plenary session 1, recommendation to Indonesian G20 priority issues in collaboration with T20 at 10:40 a.m. Please enjoy your snacks and coffee served. We would like to invite all participants of the Universitas Indonesia International Conference on G20 to enter the ballroom and please take your seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all participants of Universitas Indonesia International Conference on G20 to enter the ballroom and please take your seat. We will going to the next sessions in a few minutes. Thank you. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all participants to enter the ballroom because we're gonna going to the next sessions in a few minutes. Thank you. We invite all the participants to enter the ballroom because we gotta going to the next session shortly. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, kami mohon untuk kembali join ke ballroom karena kita akan segera melangsungkan sesi berikutnya dalam waktu yang dekat. Kepada Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, kami mohon untuk dapat segera kembali ke tempat duduk, kembali ke ballroom, karena kita akan segera melangsungkan sesi berikutnya dalam waktu dekat. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the second plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the second plenary session. First of all, allow me to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor John Kirton, from the University of Toronto. He will join us through online. Professor John Kirton is a professor at the Department of Political Science, University of Toronto. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor John Kirton from the G20 Study Center, University of Toronto, Canada.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure and honor to be participating in this important conference to speak on the promising prospects and proposals for the Bali Summit. The G20's Bali Summit will be a highly significant event. It will build on the G20's Rome Summit and the United Nations Glasgow Climate Summit late last year, on this year's UN Biodiversity Conference in Kunming, China, and on the G7 Summit in Germany and the BRICS Summit in China in late June. Bali will be the first G20 summit hosted by Indonesia, the anchor of ASEAN, and a major democratic power with a Muslim majority. Indonesia's large population, its young population, its vast geographic expanse, coastlines, and natural assets make it a critical power in the economic, social, ecological, and security domains. The Bali Summit, as we've heard, confronts an unprecedented array of interconnected crises led by COVID-19, climate change, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and the inflationary, recessionary, debt, energy, and food distress they have brought. Bali will also address the compounding chronic challenges of biodiversity loss, development, gender equality, fair taxation, trade, and the fate of the open multilateral order as a whole, as well as the opportunities that digitalization brings. Bali's prospective performance and its propellers have aroused a growing debate. Some see the possibility of G7 leaders skipping the summit due to Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the G7's resulting refusal to conduct business as usual with it. Others see a crippled G20 and resulting G7 rise due to Russia's invasion and the G20's division and deadlock in response. Synergies due to the desire of the Indonesian G20 and the German G7 hosts to cooperate despite Russia's invasion and their two summits' common priorities of health, digitalization, and energy. I argue that the Bali Summit will produce a significant performance relative to G20 summits before. It will be propelled by its host's focus on its three well-chosen priorities, by momentum from the G20's past performance and this year's many ministerial meetings, and by the unprecedentedly severe, broad, and interrelated shocks the world currently confronts. Bali will produce valuable achievements on health, digitalization, and sustainable energy. But progress here and on the global economy will be constrained by the deep divisions amongst G20 members over their response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Performance will thus be insufficient to meet the growing global governance need. Yet further progress is possible if Indonesia and G20 members first close their compliance gap, second, focused comprehensively on climate change as the only genuinely existential global threat, third, at a special summit at the UN in September to advance the endangered Sustainable Development Goals, and fourth, invite to Bali for the first time the heads of the world's leading multilateral environmental organizations. These are the critical foundations for the stronger, fairer, sustainable post-pandemic economic recovery that all want and need. To prepare the Bali Summit, Indonesia has worked intensively throughout 2021. It has now scheduled many ministerial meetings and activated 11 working groups. The G20 Finance Deputies got off to a fast start, meeting in December 2021 to discuss the scarring effects of and exit strategies from the COVID-19 shock, how to recover together stronger, financial regulation and inclusion, sustainable finance, infrastructure investment, and taxation. They and their G20 colleagues confronted an unusually large, broad array of 10 pressing problems. First, vaccine equity. As the Omicron variant spread, and new variants could and did arrive at any time. Here, they wisely put health first. Second, economic growth, which was increasingly uneven with different rates across different countries, depending on their vaccination rates, ability to recover, and sustainable fiscal and monetary support. Here, they correctly saw that wealth depends on health. Third, green recovery, where all wanted an inclusive, smarter, greener recovery and gradually rising carbon prices, but disagreed about what gradually meant. Here, they correctly saw that economic recovery requires climate change control. Fourth, fiscal and monetary stimulus, while reducing the unprecedented government fiscal deficits, public and private debts, central bank balance sheets, and inflation, which was stronger for longer than initially thought. Fifth, tax, by implementing the G20's new reformed corporate tax regime. Six, special drawing right allocations, where by late February this year, G20 members had given only 60 billion of the $100 billion they had promised to voluntarily channel to poor countries. Seventh, debt relief for vulnerable countries, where China resisted disclosing and reducing its clients' debts. 8, trade, where the deadlock on reform of the World Trade Organization remained. 9, international financial institution resources, which must be raised to deliver the Sustainable Development Goals and the promised climate finance. And 10, as we've heard, Russia, whose invasion of Ukraine raised energy prices and financial stress and reduced G20 members to cooperate with Russia on the key challenges they shared. So what's in store? In addressing these problems, Bali's leaders benefit from the momentum from the G20 summit's rising performance in the past. It comes first from the G20 summit's rising overall performance since its start in 2008. Leaders have produced over 193,000 words of collective conclusions in their public communiques. Their performance peaked with over 34,000 words at Hamburg in 2017, and they produced over 10,000 words at Rome last year. Leaders have made 2,382 precise, future-oriented, politically obligatory collective commitments. They peaked with 529 at Hamburg. They made 225 at Rome last year. Members' compliance with their prior commitments, however, has averaged only 71%. It recently rose, though, to 78% for 2018 and 2019, and 86% for Riyadh in 2020. Performance also rose on Bali's 3 priority subjects. To health, G20 leaders devoted 9% of their commitments. This rose to a COVID-caused peak of 68% in 2020 and 16% at Rome last year. They produced 143 health commitments, peaking with 34 at Rome last year, but members' compliance averaged only 72%, although it rose to over 82% for Riyadh in 2020. To digitalization, leaders dedicated 66% of their communiques, rising to a new high of 24% at Rome last year. They made 122 commitments, peaking with 29 in 2016 and reaching 26 last year. Compliance averaged only 68%, but rose to 85% for 2019 and 90% for 2020. To the sustainable energy transition, as defined by the G20, leaders dedicated only 5% of their communiques. But this rose to peak at 15% last year. They made 115 commitments compared to only 55 on non-sustainable energy. The G20 is thus largely a clean energy club. They produced a peak of 36 sustainable energy commitments at Hamburg in 2017, but only 8 at Rome last year. Compliance averaged only 70%. It spiked to 89% in 2018, but returned to the 70% average for Riyadh the next year. In sharp contrast, performance on the G20's core subject of macroeconomic policy has been consistently high. It took 32% of the conclusions, including 20% at Rome. It had 491 commitments, if only 7 last year. Compliance averaged 80%, including 95% for 2020. Even more momentum for Bali comes from the unprecedented number, breadth, and synergistic combination of the G20 ministerial meetings this year. The 18 scheduled meetings started on February 17th when finance ministers first met and will continue to September 29. They involve ministers from 13 portfolios. They are led by the G20's traditional core of finance ministers with 5 meetings, which must mobilize the money to advance all the summit priorities. Health ministers have 3 to address Bali's first priority. Its second priority of digitalization has 1 meeting for ministers of the digital economy itself and 1 for research and innovation more broadly. The third priority of the sustainable energy transition has 1 meeting for ministers of the energy transition and 1 for those for the environment and climate change. Smart synergies arise from the joint ministerial meetings for finance and health, and more narrowly, from those for the environment and climate change, and for trade, investment, and industry. These ministerial meetings should boost Bali's performance in 2 ways. First, amidst the divisions over Russia, they will help find a formula that maximizes the participation of all members and fosters consensus on many key issues for the Bali leaders to convert into commitments of their own, and not just commitments of a technical sort. Second, pre-summit ministerial meetings facilitate higher compliance with these leaders' commitments on the subjects the ministerials have addressed. The Bali Summit's significant performance is further propelled by the unprecedentedly severe, broad, and interrelated shocks the world confronts, by the failure of the established multilateral organizations to respond adequately on their own, and by the globally predominant and internally equalizing capabilities of G20 members. While a severe constraint does come from their deep divisions over Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the leaders are backed by strong domestic political cohesion and their attachment to their G20 club as the hub of a growing network of global summit governance. First, the shock-activated vulnerabilities that powerfully spur summit performance are unprecedentedly high, broad, and mutually reinforcing. COVID-19 continues to mutate in more infectious way, and new pandemics will arrive, as the recent spread of monkeypox suggests. The severe economic and human costs of Russia's invasion of Ukraine will climb. And above all, the devastation from climate change and its intensified extreme weather events is certain to rise. Second, the failure of the ministerial governed established multilateral organizations to respond inadequately to these shocks will grow. The World Health Organization and its affiliated bodies still struggle to control COVID-19 and the many other infections and non-communicable diseases that spread. The UN Security Council dominated by the permanent 5 veto powers, is unable to resist or reverse Russia's invasion of Ukraine. UN Climate, in its ministerial meeting in Egypt this November, will not close the many gaps that the UN's Glasgow summit left last year and that have escalated since. The world's plurilateral summit institutions of the G7 at Elmau and the BRICS in China in late June will do better, but not enough to mobilize a majority of the world's countries to stop these shocks. Third, only G20 members collectively possess the globally predominant and internally equalizing capabilities to do so. Together, they contain a strong majority and even growing share of the world's economy, population, medical, military, and ecological resources. Among G20 members, internal equalization remains strong. The United States' rising exchange rate is offset by its declining GDP growth, while China's sliding currency is offset by still strong, if less vibrant, economic growth. Fourth, by far the biggest constraint comes from the diverging political characteristics and policies amongst G20 members. Above all, from Russia, with its invasion of Ukraine and increasing authoritarianism at home. This has led G7 members to unleash unprecedentedly severe and broad sanctions on Russia. They include the threat that G20 leaders will not attend the Bali summit should Vladimir Putin come, as he had said he will. As of late May, G7 leaders were still considering a full boycott. Meanwhile, Indonesia as host was consulting extensively with its G20 partners for a solution. Several possible ones exist. More broadly, the degree of democracy is declining as Joe Biden frames US foreign policy as defending democracies against autocracies and organizes summits of the new Quadrilateral and Summit of Democracies in support. But there is also a slow, if upward, convergence on members' policies on COVID-19, digitalization, and climate change. On COVID-19, all members see the value of vaccination, are inoculating their own citizens, and sharing more resources with outside. On climate change, led by Australia's new government, several are increasing their nationally determined contributions, and none are reducing theirs, even if the promises and implementation remain far too low and slow. Fifth, the domestic political cohesion behind G20 leaders is strong, especially in G20 host Indonesia, G7 host Germany, and BRICS host China, as well as in Japan, India, and Russia. Constraints come primarily from the prospective loss of Joe Biden's precarious legislative control in the midterm congressional elections in early November, just before the Bali summit starts. But leaders' continuity is strong, with many veterans at Bali. And above all, Bali benefits from a highly experienced, domestically strong, personally committed host. Finally, the G20 remains its leaders' most valued club as the hub of a growing network of global summit governance. Most leaders almost always come to G20 summits, despite the demanding and growing list of other plurilateral summits they create, host, and attend. to govern all the world's central challenges with all these systemically significant states contributing, the G20 is the only summit club that counts. There is nowhere else to go. Propelled by these forces, Bali will produce several significant achievements. Overall, its leaders will make many commitments focused in a timely, well-tailored, ambitious fashion on the summit's key priorities and covering a comprehensive range of traditional and new subjects. Moreover, many of these commitments will be crafted in ways likely to increase members' compliance, even beyond the new peaks at recent summits, and despite the constraints caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. On the key priorities, in a bottom-up process, leaders will endorse and improve many of the agreements incubated by their ministers during the year. On the global health architecture, the signature achievement will be the full funding of a new G20 Pandemic Preparedness Fund, housed at the World Bank and co-managed with the World Health Organization. President Widodo will thus secure this major initiative be publicly promoted at a critical stage. Bali's leaders will also endorse and thus help ensure the effective implementation of the recent decision of the health ministers at the World Health Assembly to at least put half of the budget of the World Health Organization into its core contribution rather than voluntary discretionary ones. On the digital transformation, leaders will advance the process of fostering digital free flow with trust that they began at Osaka in 2019. On a sustainable energy transition, they will to increase their nationally determined contributions, or at least not weaken those they already have. They will strengthen resilience and disaster risk reduction. They will continue to phase out coal in critical countries with a new just energy transition partnership with Indonesia, added to South Africa's partnership last year. On Ukraine, Bali will show that G20 summit governance can transcend traditional geopolitical conflicts, even of the most serious sort, to provide the global good that the world so badly needs. But it is unlikely that Bali can help stop Russia to cease its invasion of Ukraine and return all the territories Russia has seized. This would be the single best short-term step to spur a proper post-pandemic economic recovery, but possible progress at Bali here depends on the path and prospective outcome of a war that will likely last for many months to come. On Bali's many other issues, progress will be mixed. Sadly, on reforming international corporate taxation, the G20's landmark achievement last year, little will be done to overcome the delay in the implementation of the agreed two-pillar regime. And on debt relief for poor countries, not enough will be done. However, on any contagious financial crises erupting within G20 members, G20 leaders will credibly commit to act swiftly to contain them, as they did before in 2008, and again from 2010 to 2012. To improve their performance at Bali, leaders can and should act on the fundamental drivers of a proper post-pandemic economic recovery by doing the following 4 things under their direct control. 1, close the compliance gap to increase the G20's credibility and effectiveness and the solutions the world badly needs. G20 compliance is low at about 70%, but it can be much higher, as the performance of most recent summits shows. Moreover, the best evidence suggests that leaders can craft their summit process and their individual commitments to increase members' compliance with them, so that promises on paper produce real action in the real world. Overall, the Bali leaders should make more commitments using highly binding language that strongly commit the G20 members to act. This should increase compliance by 6%. They should also hold even more pre-summit ministerial meetings to increase summit compliance by 3% on the subjects they address. That's almost a 10% jump right there. On health, they should first make more commitments, and second, focus on the underlying determinants of health. Health is wealth everywhere in many ways. On digitalization, they should devote a larger portion of their public conclusions, private deliberations, and commitments to digitalization, but here use lower binding language in their commitments. On sustainable energy, they should focus on a few targeted areas in their conclusions, make more commitments, and hold more pre-summit energy ministerial meetings that synergistically link with other critical subjects led by climate change and health. Second, Bali's leaders should comprehensively concentrate on climate change as the only genuinely existential global threat. Climate change control will be critical to the G20's future success at Bali and beyond. Today's science and extreme weather events show, as we've just heard from the finance minister, that the climate crisis is already here. It will certainly get worse in the next few years, unlike COVID-19. Climate change is the world's major economic and financial threat. It dominates the list of top threats in the World Economic Forum's Global Risks Report this year. And several nature-based solutions already exist, from forests, peatlands, and plants. At a minimum, G20 leaders at Bali must give, starting now, poor countries the $100 billion annually in climate finance they had promised to provide starting last year. They should also finally end their fossil fuel subsidies, as they promised at almost every G20 summit since 2009 to do by about 2014. They should further promise to preserve all the world's peatlands starting now. They are 7 times more powerful than forests in sucking greenhouse gas emissions from the atmosphere. As the world's peatlands superpowers, Indonesia, Canada, and the United States, with Russia, can lead all G members in the club to preserve their peatlands at home and create a global regime covering all. Third, G20 leaders now should add a special G20 summit, ideally at the UN in September, to advance the endangered Sustainable Development Goals, especially those on climate change, sustainable energy, the ecology, and food. Russia and the other G20 leaders might find it easier to cooperate in the UN nest than elsewhere on this common global cause. And fourth, the G20 leaders should bring to Bali as guests the heads of the world's major multilateral environmental organizations. Indonesia could make G20 history here. This would be the first time a G20 summit has done so, as only the heads of many multilateral economic organizations have come thus far. The best candidates for Bali are from UN Climate, UN Biodiversity, UN Environment, and the World Organization for Animal Health. But the G20 should consider the World Meteorological Organization, the International Renewable Energy Agency, and the United Nations Development Program too. So thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to continuing to work with you.
Very insightful speech from Prof. John Kirton. So ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the first plenary sessions. This session will be led by our moderator, Dr. Riatu Mariatul Kiptiah. First of all, allow me to introduce our moderator. Dr. Kiptiah is the current director of LPEM FEB UI, Institute for Economic and Social Research, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia. Previously, she was a director of research of LPEM FEB UI. She is a public finance expert who has been involved in various research and consultations in the areas of decentralizations, intergovernmental, taxation for development, and multilateral organizations. So, I will invite our moderator for this session, Dr. Kiptiah. Please come to the stage.
Thank you for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, it is an honor for me to chair this session for the case of recommendation for the G20 Indonesia Presidency. We have here that will present and share their insight our distinguished speakers, three speakers here that will join us, Professor Rifat Atun, Professor Frank Yotso, and Professor Glenn Worrow, all world-known economists from the area of environmental economics, global health, public health policy, as well as digitalization. As an overview of this session, the Indonesia G20 presidency set three priorities perceived as important for global economic recovery, which are strengthening resiliencies of global health, governance, paving good pathways to scale up clean energy, as well as how digital transformation supporting the recovery process despite the multiple crises at this time. Our distinguished speakers here will discuss and share insight within each of those priorities in the context of what might be the strategic collaboration that can be initiated at the G20 countries level as well as the domestic level. earlier keynote speech from the Minister, Economic Coordinating Minister, Excellency Airlangga Hartanto, as well as from the Minister Finance, Excellency Sri Mulyani Indrawati, noted on the importance of G20 role in navigating responses and clear framework in solving current and future multiple crises in the context of geopolitical tension and addressing also challenges of the context G20 process effectiveness. Despite these challenges, the G20 Presidency Indonesia, as we heard earlier, are supported among G20 countries, reflecting that it is still the hope and the spirit of recover together and recover stronger is still intact. This is also noted in the keynote speech by Professor Kirton, addressing also the metrics of good past performance of G20 initiatives and the compliance, even it is increased during a crisis. So what my strategic collaboration here, we can listen from our distinguished speakers. The first speakers I will introduce first is Professor Rifat Atun. Professor Rifat Atun is a professor of global health system from Harvard University. Maybe the organizer can, okay. Thank you. He was a member of executive management team and director of strategy performance and evaluation at the Global Fund Geneva, Switzerland. Previously, from 2006 to 2014, Professor Rifat Atun is a professor of international health management and director of the Center for Health Management and the Imperial College London. Prof. Atun is co-investigator and the joint lead for the innovation work stream at the National Center for Infection Prevention and Management at the Imperial College. We will have here presentation Professor Rifat Atun on the global, on addressing resilience global health system. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's a real privilege and an honor to contribute to the University of Indonesia International Conference on G20. I'd like to extend my thanks to the G20 Presidency and to the University of Indonesia for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the panel on boosting Indonesia's role in G20 Presidency. My presentation will focus on building resilient health systems in the post-COVID-19 era. If we examine the COVID-19 response, the response has unmasked health systems underperformance. And the response has been marked by ineffectiveness, inefficiency, inequity, and inadequate responsiveness. As a result, we have severe direct health effects of COVID-19, with millions of hospital admissions and with millions of unnecessary deaths. There are also indirect morbidity and mortality consequences from deaths due to other conditions because of delays in accessing health systems during COVID-19. Now, countries around the world are facing a huge economic crisis with increasing inflation, with increasing unemployment, with food shortage, and collectively, these have huge social consequences and huge security consequences for countries. So are we surprised in relation to the health system performance with COVID-19? The answer is no. Health systems were underperforming well before COVID-19. So if we look at management of diabetes, which is one of the commonest chronic conditions, this is a study we published in 2019 in PLOS Medicine. In the study which examined the management of diabetes in the care cascade in 29 low and middle income countries, we see that for every 100 individuals with diabetes, just 64% are detected, 48% are diagnosed, 45% are treated, and 30% achieve control, less than 1/3. We've extended this study and examined hypertension in 44 low and middle income countries. And in the study published in The Lancet at the end of 2019, we showed that management of hypertension in Latin America and the Caribbean, the control levels are below 25%. In Middle East and Central Asia, the control levels fall below 20%. In South and East Asia, control levels are less than 10%. And in Sub-Saharan Africa, the control levels are 5%. So hypertension is one of the commonest chronic conditions. Diagnosis is not complicated, nor is treatment. Yet health systems are performing terribly in relation to diagnosis, in relation to treatment, and in relation to the control achieved. And it's not just low and middle income countries. If you look at the G20 performance, this is a study we've published very recently, in fact, a few weeks ago, which we launched at the World Heart Summit in Geneva. If we look at the crude cardiovascular mortality rates in the G20 countries, we see that between 1990 and 2005, most countries in the G20 have managed to achieve good declines. But from 2005 to 2010, we see a flattening of the achievements. And from 2010 onwards, we see an uptick in the cardiovascular mortality rates. So for the number one killer, cardiovascular disease, G20 countries are performing quite poorly. And this performance, recent performance, is likely to be much worsened with the impact of COVID-19 and the huge delays in individuals with cardiovascular disease and other conditions accessing health systems for diagnosis, for treatment, and for care. So health systems have a major challenge going forward, and they've been underperforming. So the question is why? Well, I would argue that the reason for this underperformance is misalignment of innovations. In an op-ed published in the Financial Times, I argued that it was time to transform healthcare delivery. I noted that scientific developments had led to unprecedented delivery of innovations in terms of new medicines and medical devices, but innovation and delivery had faltered. So in relation to delivery of innovations, we have many innovations. For example, lab on a chip, near-patient testing, big data and analytics, vaccines, new therapeutics, personalized medicine. Whereas in innovation and delivery, not much has changed for centuries. This is a picture of Hôtel Dieu de Paris, established in 651. 14 centuries later, still functioning as a hospital. So we have systems that were designed to manage problems centuries ago, but the systems on the delivery side have not changed very much. And they're not really fit for purpose to cope with major events such as pandemics and chronic diseases, which is the major problem that health systems face around the world. So what can we do? Well, every crisis brings an opportunity. We have to use this opportunity that COVID-19 has given us to build responsive and resilient health systems. But what does resilience mean? Well, simply, resilience means capacity to adapt. It's the ability of any system to absorb shocks while retaining system functionality, its ability to self-organize and to learn and to innovate. A system that is responsive and resilient is also sustainable. So when building health system resilience, we also ensure that systems are responsive to current and future shocks, to ensure that they're sustainable going forward. So what needs to be done to achieve resilient health systems? Well, there are 5 core capabilities that health systems need to develop. The first is foresight, knowing what to expect. This requires proactive monitoring and horizon scanning to anticipate problems and anticipate emerging health threats. The second capability is intelligence, knowing what to look for. This requires development of analytic capability. The third is preparedness, knowing what to do in the face of a health threat. This means having the ability to react rapidly to emerging health threats. Fourth is agility, knowing how to act and to adapt in the face of a health threat. This requires an ability to maintain function of the health system with events. And the fifth core capability is durability, knowing what happened, how and why. This requires learning and redesign to establish a new equilibrium to cope with the health threat, the new health threat, but also existing health threats. Now, all of these capabilities are underpinned by data and underpinned by analysis and information that can provide the right intelligence for systems to act and react. For us to be able to build health systems, we need to change the way we're thinking. The first requirement is changing the narrative. For too long, we've been focusing on health as a cost, as an expenditure. In fact, health is one of the best investments any country can make because the returns in terms of health, but also in terms of economic benefits are huge. And in a study jointly with the Y4 Institute, in a paper we submitted to the G20 Presidency last year, we estimated the potential returns to investment. So for every dollar invested in health, the economic benefits were between $3 to $60. So these are the benefits as a result of reduced morbidity and mortality and improved productivity, reduced absenteeism and presenteeism. But there are also spillover effects into other parts of the economy or other sectors of the economy. So every euro invested in the health economy leads to an additional benefit of 0.8 euros because of additional employments created. But there are also benefits in improvements in value chain. So every euro invested in the health economy, there are 2 additional euros of benefit because of improvements in the whole value chain of healthcare delivery. And there are also other spillover effects. Every 2 jobs created in the health sector, there's an additional job created in the broad economy, and every job created in the research and development in the health sector leads to an additional 5 jobs created in other sectors. So the benefits in terms of health and economic returns are huge. So we need to change the narrative from cost to investment. We also see the consequences of not investing in health, as we've seen with COVID-19, with terrible consequences for health, for our economies, for societal well-being, and for security. The second transformation is transition to digital health systems. One of the benefits of COVID-19, or the dividends of COVID-19, has been this rapid transition to use of digital technologies that have been around for many decades, but the uptake has been quite poor. But now COVID-19 has enabled us to rapidly uptake use of digital health data and introduce new analytics. Many countries have used conversational agents in management of chronic diseases because individuals were not able to access healthcare providers. There's been rapid improvement in the uptake of provide much more personalized care at individual as well as at population level. So going forward, the third major transformation that needs to take place is development of the strategic partnerships to create an ecosystem for innovation, to create resilient health systems. This requires increased investment in research and building of the science base in the G20 countries to encourage innovation. But universities need to work with industry to translate these innovations or the research and scientific inventions into usable solutions that can be taken up with positive benefits for health and other sectors. But universities and industry need to work with health systems to ensure that the innovations that are produced are actually taken up and they diffuse and scaled up rapidly to have maximum impact on the population level. So this tripartite relationship, this strategic partnership between universities, industry, and health systems is critical for development of new science, development of innovation, and their translation into usable products, and uptake and diffusion of these in health systems to realize health and economic benefits. So going forward, an important contribution Indonesia can make to G20 is to build and strengthen the agenda in relation to building resilient health systems. Because with resilient health systems, we'll realize not only health benefits, but also economic benefits, societal benefits, and security benefits for all countries of G20 and beyond. Thank you very much for your attention.
The next presentation, I would like to introduce first Professor Frank Zotso. Okay, hold on. Thank you, Professor Frank Zotso. Yeah. I will briefly introduce your short bio here. Professor Frank Zotso is the full professor from Australian National University. He is the director in the Center of Climate and Energy Policy in the Crawford School and currently held position as head of Department Resources, Environment and Development in Crawford School. He is an environmental economist with many contributions in the area of economics and policy of climate change and energy, especially decarbonization and energy transition, and also have extensive research and publication on economic reform, political economy, structural change and development in the context of Australia, Europe, China, and Indonesia. Professor Zotso, you can start the presentation, but I will share your screen first on the material.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Selamat siang semua. It's an honor to have been invited to speak at this distinguished forum, and it's also actually a personal pleasure to be here in person after a number of years when we're not able to travel and visit each other's countries. It's also, of course, a real joy to reconnect with UI, with old friends, and to make new connections. We had a very useful meeting at the Faculty of Economics and Business just yesterday, and of course there's a very long-standing, warm and very fruitful connection between our two universities, the Australian National University and Universitas Indonesia. Now, Minister Sri Mulyani made a very audible call before for UE to increase capacity on research on climate change and energy transition and relevant analysis. And of course, this is a very prospective field of research, and we're very happy to assist as we can. At ANU, we've invested very heavily in capability on climate change and zero emissions energy transition in the areas of science, engineering, economics, and also social sciences. Topic here today is the energy transition. Sorry, I'm just trying to get to grips here with the clicker, and it is working. That's very good. I work and live in Australia, and I do originally come from Germany, and in both countries, energy transition is a really, really big topic. And likewise, of course, it is and will be in Indonesia. The energy sector is an important part of the economies of every single G20 country, and in countries like Indonesia, like Australia, where the resources sector is so important in the economy overall, there are both the challenges of transition and the enormous opportunities in the shift to a decarbonized energy and industrial system. Now, the overall story for governments, I would say, is in facilitating the massive investments needed for a clean energy system, and in guiding that transition. And so the key points that I want to make in the 15 or so minutes that I have for this is that the zero carbon energy transition is becoming affordable and is an economic opportunity. There will be huge investments made this decade, in the 2030s, and also beyond. And those investments will provide for the opportunity of long-term productivity, long-term economic growth opportunity. There will be very large adjustments in some parts of our economies, and in particular in the fossil fuel producing and fossil fuel using industries, and the coal sector in particular, but also oil and gas. Governments, like I said, can help facilitate investments that are needed and assist in that transition. In terms of possible roles and important roles for the G20 process, many, of course, and previous speakers have mentioned many of them. I want to emphasize three of them. First of all, the G20 can and should help foster open trade and investment, especially for clean energy, in an emerging climate internationally that is relatively adverse for open trade and investment relationships. Secondly, the opportunity for an ongoing exchange among G20 governments and societies about best policy practice for action on energy transition. I notice from personal experience that governments are not always aware of the best practice internationally. What are other countries doing, and what can be done to refine domestic policy practice? The G20 is an ideal forum to institute a standing capacity of exchange about best practice on energy transition. And finally, I would emphasize the opportunities for green financing for energy transition, including the approach of green banks, which we see emerging at the national level, but which could be instituted at the multilateral level, especially, I would argue, between emerging economies. Now, a few facts and figures. So the energy systems of the future will be dominated by renewable energy sources, and what you're looking at is modeling by the International Energy Agency. It doesn't really matter who does it. The general overall picture is the same. A massive ramp up of renewable energy and a gradual phasing down of fossil fuels. Coal phased down first, followed by oil and gas. That's fundamentally the transition that we're looking at globally and within every country of the world. What that means is enormously ramped up investment volumes. And so the IEA in their net zero global scenario expect that global annual investment volumes in clean energy will increase from about $1 trillion per year currently to between $2 and $4 trillion per year by the end of this decade. Okay, so we're talking about a really massive increase in clean energy investment globally. That's first of all in clean electricity supply, so that transition from coal to renewables generally, but also into nuclear where that is an option, of course. And it is electrification of end users. Electrify everything, electrify transport, electrify industrial processes, electrification increasingly of the housing stock as well. Now, what makes this possible in reality is the enormous improvements that we've seen in zero emissions technologies, first of all, of course, and ahead of everything else, solar power and wind power, but also battery technologies and a range of other technologies, which have reduced, in some cases, by a factor of 10 over the last decade or decade and a half. Okay, and so that's the fundamental game changer. Solar, wind, and other renewables are now typically cheaper than new build of fossil fuels for many applications in the power sector and industrial sector. Electric end use will also become cheaper on a life cycle basis. Electric cars are the primary example in that regard. Now, very briefly, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, which I was fortunate to contribute to, report released earlier this year, identifies tremendous opportunities to reduce global emissions by up to a quarter at very low costs, or in fact at zero or negative costs. Okay? Many of these opportunities, or the majority of these opportunities, are in the energy sector and the land sector, both, of course, enormously important for Indonesia. So the opportunities to transition to a net zero emission system are now much, much greater than they were just 5 or 10 years ago, even though the world has lost some time in focusing on other things rather than in addressing climate change. But the overall outlook on climate change action is now a better one than it was 5 or 10 years ago because of the technological opportunities. All that said, of course, the transition, in particular for fossil fuel producers and exporters, is a really complex one. So, as we see the demand for coal decline, for gas decline, for oil decline, and this is, by the way, of course, almost completely out of the hands of fossil fuel exporters like Australia and Indonesia, right? This is very much a story for the users and importers of fossil fuel to decide. We will see declining fiscal revenue from these important industries, and we will see tremendous economic and social adjustment pressures, in particular in those regions of our countries where these industries are big. This also, of course, provides difficulties for policy making because the industries that will be declining are, of course, very influential in society, are influential in political decision-making processes. This will not be an easy process, but it will be a process that will be forced on our economies in any case. Now, a brief word on the current market situation for energy. We're seeing greatly elevated energy prices for all forms of energy, really. I would argue that this is a short-term disruption that comes about through the conflict in Eastern Europe, of course. So the Russian aggression on Ukraine is resulting in a wholesome reorientation of energy trade flows in Western Europe and in Europe overall. However, it's not like global energy demand increases as a result of the conflict. It doesn't. And it's not like Russian fossil fuel supplies are disappearing from the face of the earth. They will be redirected to other parts of the world to a large extent. And so the current energy supply crunch and high prices will be temporary. Long term, I would confidently say that we can expect, firstly, greater energy efficiency, because of course supply security concerns and high prices force investments in energy efficiency, as they should. And secondly, we will see a much greater focus on local energy sources, which by and large are renewable energy sources. So in Europe, renewable energy is now termed freedom energy. And as a result, we're seeing a renewed and intensified commitment by many G20 countries, many countries, full stop, to invest in renewable energy sources. This will be the long-term effect of that crisis. In all of this, of course, there are also tremendous upsides for our economies in that energy transition. So there is the prospect in a net zero emissions economy of minerals and metals processing, aluminium production, iron production, steel production, many other commodities of that kind that use tremendous energy inputs for processing, to run on renewable energy, because they will not be able to run on fossil fuels as they have. And that, of course, means new industries, and our countries have the opportunity to build up these kinds of industries run on clean energy. That also extends to zero emissions fuels, for example, including for aviation, including for shipping. And it goes for fertilizers as well, which once again can be produced on the basis of renewable energy. Clean hydrogen is a very important factor in this as an energy carrier and feedstock, battery minerals as well. So in Australia, this is now a very big topic in terms of potential industry policy interventions and in terms of the prospect for building up industries, including value-added manufacturing industries in the resource sector that could well eclipse current coal and gas exports in decades to come and be sustainable for the long term. And of course, Australia and Indonesia share complementarities in this field and also share very important joint interests. And it's notable, of course, that energy transition and the prospect for enhancing energy security and creating the clean energy industries of the future was an important point in our joint leaders' statement, the Indonesian-Australian joint leaders' statement of just a week or two ago. And so that, of course, creates good opportunities for years to come for bilateral collaboration on these issues. So what's the role for policy? First of all, and I think overwhelmingly, policy needs to create the preconditions for the really, really large private sector investments that will be needed, okay? And so that goes for the energy sector, for industry, but also for the transport sector and for the housing sector. What can policy do to do this? Well, carbon pricing is an important part of it to set the overall incentive structure right. But also a suitable regulatory framework and creating the right market settings. So making sure, for example, that in the electricity market, renewable energy generators have the confidence that they will be receiving adequate remuneration for their energy supplies in coming decades. That will provide the confidence that is needed for clean energy investments, and it will, of course, bring down the required rates of return that investors are seeking. Secondly, public investment in infrastructure, including through government co-investments, and finally, an overall predictable, stable framework for investor confidence. We talk a lot to large institutional investors and what they need in order to make the money flow, and really stability and predictability of policy frameworks is the number one thing on their wish lists. I said it earlier, governments also need to help manage and guide that transition. What you see on the picture is the demolition of Australia's then largest coal-fired power station. It closed very suddenly, many years ahead of the expected closure time, because it was privately no longer profitable to operate that coal-fired power station, because required maintenance was increasing, and the costs of running it were increasing. It was no longer viable to run that on a grid that is increasingly that has increasing periods where renewable energy, solar and wind is an important contributor. And of course, that sudden closure caused enormous pressure on energy supply. The replacement investments weren't there in time. Local communities were left hanging with very little time to prepare and to create other economic futures. We do not want to let this happen every time a major industrial facility closes or a major coal mine closes. We want to be prepared, and we want to guide that transition, and governments will want to make sure that the transition is both orderly and just. We heard the word just transition mentioned by the ministers just this morning as well. Very important fiscal aspects of that transition as well. As these fossil fuel industries will be declining, we will, I confidently predict, see pressures to subsidize declining industries. Right? This is something that governments should not get into, because it will be a subsidy competition for a declining market. Right? You have nothing to gain in terms of emerging structural advantage, as you have in renewable energy-based industries, zero-carbon industries more generally. Instead, the way to go is to make sure that there are appropriate taxation arrangements in place on fossil fuel industries, and some of that additional revenue that should come to governments from fossil fuel industries can then be used to buffer the transition, to spend that money on economic diversification and on support for particular regions and local communities in that difficult transition away from these old industries. It's also important to consider taxation in the establishment of the new industries of the future, clean energy industries, clean hydrogen and so forth. You want to get appropriate taxation arrangements into the system from the beginning. It's important to keep in mind that these future industries will be very, very highly capital intensive, and there will be very few people working in them. And so the opportunity for labor, for workers to partake in the rents from these industries will be very limited. And so taxation is supremely important in getting appropriate benefits for the community. As I come to the end of this talk, I want to emphasize the opportunities for G20. And so first of all, fostering an open trade and investment framework for clean energy. So in an age of rising economic nationalism, we will see a tendency to channel and support investment domestically in whichever country we're talking about. However, this will usually not be globally optimal. Right? The global map of renewable energy and clean energy opportunities is, of course, shaped mostly by geography, right? And that geography implies that we should be trading clean energy and clean energy produced products in the clean energy economy of the future, right? And that kind of efficient arrangement of production locations and trade that results from them should be guided by relative cost and not economic protectionism. And so the G20, along with other international forums, has a very important role in making sure that investment flows freely between countries and is not impeded by domestic considerations. Secondly, the suggestion of G20 as a standing forum for exchange on best practice on energy transition action. So you could easily imagine a dedicated forum under the G20 for ongoing comparing of notes of what kind of policies work best to accompany the energy transition on issues such as design of policy and regulatory instruments, finance industry standards and guidance, infrastructure investment and economic diversification, and of course appropriate steps to assist with a just transition. And then ultimately also to mention the opportunities for green bank approaches. So just to mention an example from Australia, just trying to get back to my previous slide and then we're done. Here we are. No. Sorry, what I see on the screen is different from what we have on the screen. Here we are. A green bank. So, of course, we have many approaches with financing for clean energy, including through the multilateral development banks. However, there is also a very worthwhile approach to consider, and that is a green bank that is focused on first-of-a-kind investment in clean energy industries. The example we have in mind here is Australia's Clean Energy Finance Corporation, which helps mobilize private capital through, in many cases, modest co-investment out of a revolving credit fund. It's easy to imagine how such a facility could be created within the G20, particularly focused on financing opportunities in the emerging economies. And with that, thank you very much, and I look forward to the conversation in the room.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Sojo, for interesting sharing of the clean energy transition and also sharing in the context of Australia. I think for the case of Indonesia, it can be also be used as a benchmark for phasing out coal-based energy as well. Now we move to the last speaker. I think Professor Glenn Worrow already joining online. Hello, Professor.
Hello, Professor Riatu. Can you hear me? I'm unmuted.
You will share the screen?
Okay, I'll give it a try.
You will share the screen by yourself or?
I will try to share the screen, yes.
Okay. Okay. Before you start, I will introduce briefly Professor Worrow.
Okay.
Okay, Professor Worrow is a young professor emeritus at the Department of Economics, University of Berkeley. He is chief economist at the Federal Communication Commission. Professor Worrow has extensive publication in the area of international organization, regulation, telecommunication economics, design of regulatory policy, and local telephone competition. Professor Worrow currently also, along with Professor Sojo, is G20 co-chairs in the task force. For Professor Worrow is in the task force of digital economy. Professor Worrow, the screen is yours for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Riatu. Greetings, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody. I am delighted to be here. As Professor Riatu had mentioned, I have been tangentially involved in the Think 20 through its second task force, and its which was a delight to be a part of. And I'm hoping to bring some of that learning to this presentation. So the main message of my talk is in the title on this first page here, the quintessentially British phrasing of mind the gap, a little modification of that to mining the gaps. That's what I'm going to be trying to get across in this 10-15 minutes. So to the possibility that I don't get through all my slides, let me just outline the points that I want to make. First of all, that something that is obvious to everybody here is that broadband connectivity is a general purpose technology, to use a phrase from an economist. And like those technologies, it infects all parts of the economy, and so affects many of the T20 policy goals that we'll be looking at in a bit. But consequently, any connectivity gaps in that coverage would sacrifice some of the benefits that broadband can bring to the economy and also jeopardize those T20 goals. So my focus is going to be on gaps and closing them. I'm going to call for a renewed commitment to policies that seek to close the connectivity gaps of internet access in order to capture the benefits of digitalization and promote the T20 goals. I should say that I have noticed in my experience with work with the task force that there is a somewhat imbalance in terms of emphasis on closing connectivity gaps, at least from that perspective of that second task force. There is an array of time-tested policies that could work, and I'm going to argue they can be tailored to the special conditions of the G20. I'm going to emphasize a coordinated approach to both supply and demand measures in my remarks. So as I said, internet is a general purpose technology. It's like roads, electricity, computing, genetic engineering. It provides a productive input that goes throughout the economy. And it really is an infrastructure layer that products and services are built on. Okay? We all know that. It pays, I think, to remind ourselves of that fact, and therefore the importance of achieving universal connectivity for the economy and for the goals that were set out for the G20. Economists have documented very carefully the macroeconomic benefits of general purpose technologies, including the internet. Okay. So this is the second task force. I just listed the 9 policy areas that we've undertaken. Number one is the one that has got most of my attention and is the focus of today's remarks. But you can see in the list that there are all sorts of opportunities where connectivity is essential to achieving the goals, whether it's smartization, smart cities, digital government, digital literacy, digital payments. All of those require activity, and I would argue that are benefited by universal connectivity. So it's important to our work here to address that very first one in the list, which is to make sure the internet access is accessible, affordable throughout the member nations. There's other areas. We've heard a couple today about the health sector is a great example, but there are others. Smart agriculture, the educational technology and remote learning. There's all sorts of elements of the Indonesian presidency which is tackling the issues that require connectivity. So what do I mean by the digital gap? There are a number of different gaps that have been identified that coverage gap being the first one, whether or not there is access to reliable and high quality internet connection, the availability gap. But there's others. Adoption is important as well. It is the service affordable to the point where all households can subscribe to it. I'm going to be focused today on the connectivity gap, which is basically getting the infrastructure in place in order to serve all households and businesses. You may have heard of the digital divide. Another name for the connectivity gap would be the digital divide. There's different versions of it. The extreme case is there's no provider at all. That's the unserved users. Typically, we'll treat mobile wireless as not a perfect substitute for fixed. But we're going to see that our thinking on that has got to really be challenged given the diffusion of wireless services. Underserved would be if they simply don't meet certain technical standards. And then there's the non-adopters, which are stubbornly not connecting for various reasons, a lot of which don't necessarily have to do with affordability, but instead that they simply do not perceive the value of the service. So I would argue that there is a connectivity gap, and that connectivity gap exists even in developed countries. So this is a chart a bar chart coming from the OECD. So these are the OECD countries, which overlap, of course, with the G20. And you can see that in terms of fixed broadband, the sort of the gold standards of internet access, that we're topping off at less than 50 connections per 100 inhabitants. Of course, this is fixed so that there's multiple people sharing a connection at each home. So it's we had 3 per home. I just drew a line there that's 33% coverage at 3 individuals per home. Everyone below the line didn't have a connectivity gap. So if we turn to mobile broadband, again, as I mentioned, that some would not count it as an access comparable to fixed. We have much greater penetration, at least in terms of number per inhabitants, but still it's not 100% in many of the countries, some of which fall into the G20. So I would argue that there is a connectivity gap. Then the pandemic struck, and the pandemic put a lot of stress on the internet. Volume surged, but by all accounts from the engineers, the network bared up nicely. The traffic flows tend to reach a new equilibrium, in part reflecting the fact that people used it as a means to substitute for in-person activities. So here are the most common you've been involved in, including this conference here, which is being done remotely. We have remote work, distance learning, online commerce, and telemedicine. And now, these all grew very rapidly during the onset of the pandemic. The open question is whether they will continue to be as popular afterwards, once the pandemic is fully under control. What isn't uncertain at all, though, is how connectivity became absolutely critical, absolutely essential. What we found were subscriptions, of course, ticked up, but those non-adopters, they remain, and those who were not connected were further isolated in terms of the flow of the economy and the society, since they didn't have in-person options. There was a payday that came with the pandemic, and the amount of money was somewhat staggering. Here I just listed the two big spenders, the US and the EU. The US has a program that runs at a bit north of $8 billion a year, aimed at subsidizing connectivity of various kinds for individuals, for rural areas, for healthcare providers, and for schools. But the legislation that was passed following the beginning of the pandemic opened up the fire hydrant of funding. And in the last round, the Infrastructure Act set aside $64.5 billion to spend on connectivity of different sorts, but it was connectivity. A sizable amount of money was set aside by the EU in its recovery and resilience facilities. These were a little bit different. They're different because they delegate in part to the member countries how they will spend it. The monies above in the US were earmarked for digital connectivity for the most part. The EU funds were somewhat discretionary, and I'll get back to that in just a second. But clearly an enormous amount of money was being spent with the goal of reaching universal connectivity. So how do we do that, and what should we recommend to the G20 to consider? Well, there are two principal strategies, both of which involve subsidies. One is to subsidize broadband deployment itself where it's lacking. And generally the money goes to internet service providers to build out the infrastructure to a certain standard. An alternative is subsidized from the demand side and to basically enable households to subscribe to broadband internet at a more affordable rate. So a similar subsidy. The government roles here, and where the G20 would step in, would be to generate the funds, taxes, and the fees to subsidize providers and consumers. Also on the table is public investment in facilities. A less intrusive but very valuable source would be something that the FCC has taken on, is to improve broadband data collection and the maps that are used to guide the subsidies into deployment. They've also looked at regulatory measures to promote competition, licensing, unbundling, facility sharing, and to just remove regulatory barriers to entry, whether that's sharing infrastructure or access to towers and conduit and rights of way. If we were to take the economist's view of this as from the demand and supply side, many of those line up on the demand side, such as subsidizing subscription to internet access, but also the possibilities to give away or to discount connected devices. Again, attacking a different impediment to connectivity. In addition, is to provide digital training, which oftentimes, especially for older citizens, is a difficult hurdle to get over. On the supply side, I've mentioned the subsidy of construction and the removal of barriers to deployment, but also it could add release additional radio spectrum. This could be for fixed wireless access, or it could be for mobile. So in a report evaluating how the money is being spent in the U.S. with all that pandemic legislation, recently the Government Accounting Office issued a report that was somewhat negative. They had a lovely graphic in there which looked at 25 different federal programs which adopted one of 5 different basic strategies: deployment, affordability, I can't read that other one, it's blocked out, digital skills, and planning. And in one particular case, all 5 of those aspects were being built into the program, that in particular the tribal broadband connectivity program. So one of the issues that's facing it is that the money is coming out and the programs are multiplying so fast that they're colliding with one another, and there's real risk of duplication, waste, and dare I say fraud. But it's not being terribly effectively distributed, with the goal here, of course, is being the adoption. Subscription to the internet by someone who otherwise would not, just not substitution for payment. So I listed just a few, and I call them personal recommendations because I don't want to say that these are coming from the task force. They really are observations, preferences of my own. They are not different levers, policy levers that haven't been considered before. It's just a matter of emphasis, I think. So I've already mentioned collecting data to provide accurate maps. I would also say track the outcomes of all those programs, such as those 25 programs on the prior slide, to be able to learn what works and what doesn't work. Ideally, of course, we'd be running a randomized controlled trial testing out different types of policy strategies, but generally we don't have that option. These measures can be tailored to the particular nation, country, the topography, the geography, the demographics, and that may point right there to which sorts of technologies. I think of Indonesia in particular, an island nation, which has the issue that people have described as islands and highlands. So it's there in which we have to consider strategies such as undersea fiber optic cable and satellite, perhaps low Earth orbit satellite as an alternative to the more traditional technologies that would be used in, say, Jakarta. I would say an issue that is come up with this pandemic investment is coordinate the very many programs. There could be complementarities that you could stimulate demand in order to evoke supply. This happens with electric vehicles. You may have a tax rebate on an electric vehicle. and that in turn can trigger purchases of EVs, which makes it more profitable to build out a charging network. So both sides of the market are realizing those complementarities. One thing about the funding, that some of the funding from the U.S. but also from the EU is to limit the discretion of the grantees. So I had the example that of Greece, and I don't mean to pick on Greece, but they've got a very low level of connectivity, less than 10% in terms of gigabyte fiber coverage. And when they put in their proposal for that RRF money, they asked for less than 10%, a relatively low amount in order to fund connectivity. So we give them the discretion, they may not pursue the closing the gap. So I'll just try to end quickly here. I included finance. All of this costs money, lots of money, as did those the funding that I had mentioned from the legislation. It's best to rely on legislative appropriations because they are less distortionary than those which are a tax or a fee on a service. Some discussion has taken place in the task force to look at this new minimum corporate international tax as a source of revenue, also broad-based and maybe non-distortionary. So these are some of the issues that the G20 may want to look at when they're considering the strategies for closing the digital divide. My main message, though, is to mind the gaps and try to close those gaps. Thank you.
Professor Warrock, you mentioned about option of policies that actually adopted during this pandemic, and it needs also to be assessed on what's working. And interestingly, on the finance side, you also mentioned the potential maybe in the context of for supporting subsidizing the connectivity issues is true at the global level, maybe the potential from Pillar 1 digital economy taxation. Thank you, Professor Warrock. Now we come to our Q&A part. May we invite again Professor Yotso for the second time? Okay. We have already questions from the Zoom to you, Professor Yotso, and also Professor Warrock. From Professor Yotso, I will read it, the question here from Grace. Since the new leadership of Prime Minister Anthony Albanese is promoting a strong climate policy and just visited Indonesia recently, in what ways does this climate energy sustainability priority will bring up successful output for the G20 Summit Bali in November? How can G20 lead an alternative solution for solving the energy and food stock crisis?
Well, thank you very much for the question. And so it is, of course, well known that in Australia, climate change has been a very heavily contested topic politically for many years. And this has been, of course, very unfortunate for policy because this is really an area of policy that should not be for political contestation. It should be a question of how best to achieve jointly shared objectives, such as, I mean, everyone agrees politically that we need to have a healthy economy, we need to have good macroeconomic settings, right? And the same should really go for climate change issues. And there is certainly hope that we will get there in the Australian domestic political context following this latest election, where really a majority of voters clearly seems to have expressed that they want to end the so-called climate wars in my country. What this, of course, means internationally is that Australia is more strongly back in the mix of countries that are actively seeking a positive approach on climate change, decarbonization, and energy transition. And I think we can expect that the Australian federal government will do its part to help achieve good outcomes in the context of G20. I think we can expect that the Australian government will play a thoroughly constructive role in working towards outcomes on that particular aspect, as well as all other aspects of the G20 talks. The question was about specifically Prime Minister Albanese, and I mean, he and his team have made it clear both that energy transition and the economic opportunities in the renewable energy revolution are an important topic for the Australian government. And obviously that government has already made it clear what emphasis it places on international collaboration, including through that early visit to Jakarta, of course.
Thank you. Actually, continuing on that question, you mentioned about how is energy transition will also create new industry. How is actually, given the emerging countries usually also have gaps on technology and also on the readiness of the institution, how to make sure that it will also create a more inclusive sector, better than the old one sector.
Yes, and like some of the other challenges that have been mentioned in the other talks, digital connectedness, pandemic preparedness, this energy transition is an area that has new elements, both for the private investment community and important for governments and bureaucracies. So there are new approaches that are needed. There is the need to understand more deeply what the possibilities are. And I think we aren't too self-interested as academics and representatives of universities in pointing out that our universities are important institutions in feeding into that process and in helping understand society more broadly, and for governments in particular, helping understand what the opportunities are and suggesting possible approaches.
Thank you. And I will go to Professor Woro. It is a more general question, actually. From the chat room, Professor, would you like to answer that? This is from Mr. Palguni Sundaram Biswal from India, member of Tax for Aid G20.
I have been reading his question, and I'm afraid that I don't know enough about international financial institutions to say anything constructive.
Yes, it is more on the context of multilateral organization setting, maybe related to your presentation as well on the policies of that can be adopted in the context of digital connectivity gaps. You mentioned the case of US and Europe. It is subsidizing through the providers, or the inputs is better than a program like directly welfare program to the customers or the communities. This is always the discussion in the context of Indonesia of social programs, whether subsidizing through the product itself or subsidizing directly to the beneficiaries?
So the subsidies are of both kinds. First, let me back up and say that at least in the U.S., which I can speak about, the funds come from a fee that's applied to telecommunication services. And that is actually by law, that by the 1996 Telecommunications Act. And so right now, the FCC is considering how to modernize that because, well, I won't go into the details, but it's a mechanism that cannot survive for much longer because it depends on long distance or interstate and international calling, which is basically a dying service. But the subsidies that are financed by those funds are then generally provided to the provider to distribute, to offer to customers. And so we really do not in the US have what would be called a voucher system. There was one state out of 50 has experimented with a voucher system, but we currently do not have such a system. I'm not exactly sure politically why that's not the case. Economists love vouchers, and it would take the provider out of the loop to provide that discount.
Would you allow me to say a couple of words on the question of the general question of subsidies, producer, consumer side of things? So with the high energy prices currently, several countries have already moved ahead with reductions in fossil fuel taxes in order to reduce energy prices to consumers. This is, of course, from an economic point of view and also from an investment point of view, the wrong way to go about things, because it diminishes the incentive to save energy. And when we have a period of diminished energy supplies, what we need to do is save energy, and the price mechanism, the market mechanism is what helps us do it. And so what needs to be done instead for alleviating the pain that consumers feel, and in some instances for helping manufacturing industries, is to provide a direct subsidy, not by reduced energy prices, but through the tax and transfer system, in quite probably a similar way as Indonesia showed can be done through the direct support system during the partial removal of the energy subsidies in Indonesia. That's the proper way of doing this. And right now, many governments are falling into the trap of trying to stem the tide of rising energy prices by reducing energy taxes.
Thank you, Professor. So before we end on the QA, is there any question from the floor here? Maybe our Dean, Bapak Teguh? Okay. Is there any question? Okay, Professor Santos.
Thank you very much, Ibu Moderator. Allow me to ask question to Professor Rifat. Oh, maaf ya. Yes, excuse me, my name is Mondastri Sudaryo from School of Public Health. Yes, allow me to ask one question to Professor Rifat.
I think Professor Rifat is not joining here.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was about to ask question to him. I'm sorry. Maybe I could pass chance to others here. Pak Teguh.
Okay. Thank you, but please, if there are questions, we can convey through written or email to Professor Rifat, Bapak. Thank you. So I think the last question here from Professor Woro, if still joining, or Professor Yotso as well, comparing the case of the initiative in G20 on energy transition, which is there are already commitment from the G20 members on the financing side, but in this context is still, previous initiative also already there on the funding commitments, but it is voluntary based. So do you think there is still gap between the realizations and the commitment of the G20 members on supporting this transition? Do you think it will be more of domestic policies rather than depending on the international or multilateral, or what is the case? It will be hindering the scale up stage, or what in this context?
Yeah, so we are at the very, very beginning of that zero emissions energy transition, right? We've barely scratched the surface, and so the gap between existing commitments and present financing flows and what is needed is absolutely massive, okay? And so is the opportunity, of course, in additional investments that will bring short-term economic stimulus and long-term productivity benefits. This will be really large. In terms of the different roles that you asked about in terms of the international, the domestic policy and industry or finance industry, almost all of this money will need to come from private sources. The magnitudes are such that in most countries with a market economy, this will not be done by government, but governments will need to provide the preconditions for private funding to flow, domestically and also internationally. The most important role multilaterally to smooth the way really is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the COP process, and really the Paris Agreement has changed the mindsets in the corporate world, because it was a very visible commitment by the governments of this world to go in this direction eventually. And that's, of course, what matters for long-term investments. And we expect that these processes will continue to play that role. And, of course, the G20 is also an important part of the multilateral fabric that sets the direction, that sends the signals, and in that way, that encourages private investment to flow.
For Professor Woro, is there a need for financing commitment at the multilateral or G20 level in the context of addressing this problem of digital connectivity, and in this context as well?
I don't think there is a need. In the broadband industry, it's a similar situation to what Professor Jotso had mentioned. The private sector is heavily involved, and I think committed to building out that infrastructure. The problem in the broadband access case is that it's well demonstrated, been well documented that the costs as you approach 100% universal access, universal coverage, the costs skyrocket. So when you're trying to reach that last person in a little shack on the side of the mountain in the middle of Wyoming or Montana, it's extraordinarily expensive. That's an extreme case, but those are the cases that if you have made a commitment, a political commitment to connect those individuals, it requires public funding. I can't I don't see the World Bank and the IMF as being a source of money being spent on those kinds of activities.
We come to the end of the sessions here, the discussion on the G20 recommendation. It is also will complement yesterday discussions by University of Indonesia scholars as well in each of the area, the context of public health, digitalization, as well as energy transition. Thank you, Professor Yotso. Thank you, Professor Woro, for sharing with us. And we hope that, as you said earlier, it will not stop here. We can collaborate further for research and collaboration later on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator and all speakers in the first plenary session. Dr. Kiptia and Professor Frank Jotso, please remain on the stage. We would like to invite Vice Rector for Research and Innovation Universitas Indonesia, Dr. Nurtami, to come to the stage. Dr. Nurtami, please pass on the plaques of appreciation to our honorable speaker, Professor Frank Jotso, along with our moderator, Dr. Kiptia, as the lead of first plenary session. We also invite Ibu Vita Silvira, MBA, to join the stage for the photo session. Once again, we also invite Ibu Vita Silvira, MBA, to join the stage for the photo session. Okay, so this first plenary sessions in the end of the sessions. So thank you for all moderators and the representative. Okay. Thank you once again, Dr. Nurtami, Dr. Kiptia, and Professor Frank Jotso. So ladies and gentlemen, before our second plenary sessions, we will have a 60-minute of lunch break. The lunch menu are ready outside the ballroom. Please be noted that we will start with the second plenary session on geopolitical condition affecting G20 2022 at 2 p.m. And for your information, prayer room of GW Marriott Hotel is on the 3rd floor. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please enter the ballroom. We will continue our second plenary session in few minutes. Thank you. Bapak dan Ibu yang terhormat, silahkan memasuki ballroom karena sesi selanjutnya akan segera kami mulai. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, please enter the ballroom. We will continue our second plenary session in few minutes. Thank you. Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, kami persilahkan untuk memasuki ballroom karena sesi selanjutnya akan segera kami mulai. Terima kasih. Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, mohon untuk mengisi kursi di bagian paling depan terlebih dahulu. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is Geopolitical Conditions Affecting G20 2022. Will be moderated by Dr. Makmur Keliat, First of all, allow me to introduce our moderator for this session. Dr. Kellyat is a lecturer at the Department of International Relations, Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Indonesia. Dr. Kellyat holds a doctoral degree from the School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. His studies focus on monetary, fiscal, financial, and economic diplomacy. I will invite Dr. Kellyat to the stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm of applause. Dr. Kellyat, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to have a last session today, and the topic is very interesting. As just told us by the organizer, our topic is on political dimension affecting the G20, and we will have three speakers, and the first one is from Australia, Professor Andrew O'Neill. Before I invite Professor Andrew, let me tell you the CV of Professor Andrew. He gained his Ph.D. from Flinders University in 1999, and the second degree from International Relations, Flinders University, 1995, and he got his BA in Political Science also from Flinders University in 1992. From 2016 up to the present, he is a professor of political science and dean for the research, Griffith Business School faculty, Griffith University, and from 2014 up to 2016, he was professor of political science and head of the School of Government and International Relations, Griffith University. And from the year 2010 up to 2014, he was professor of political science and director of the Griffith Asia Institute, Griffith University. And from the year 2008 up to 2010, he was associate professor, School of Political and International Studies, Flinders University. He has a research interest in alliances, nuclear weapons, theories of deterrence and escalation, Asia Pacific, Australia foreign and defense policy. Now I would like to invite Professor Andrew to enlighten us on the issue of political dimension of G20. Please, Professor Andrew, now is your floor.
Well, thank you very much for that comprehensive introduction, and it's a great pleasure to join you all today. I'm only a little sad that I can't join you in person, but hopefully next time. And so I'd like to start by thanking the organisers of the conference for the invitation for me to speak today. It's always a wonderful opportunity to interact with Indonesian colleagues. I have very fond memories of my several trips to Indonesia. I think the last of which was in 2018. So the next opportunity I can get back to Indonesia, I'm very enthusiastic to do so. Here in Australia, I'm in Brisbane at the moment, and I'd like to start or just kind of preface my remarks by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which I'm speaking to you today from. It's the Turrbal and Jagera people, and I'd like to pay my respects to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders who may be joining us today, and extend that respect to elders past, present and future. So thank you once again for the invitation today. What I thought I would do in the next around 15 minutes or so, hopefully that's about the right time limit. I don't want to talk for too long because I guess we want to save a little bit of time for Q&A at the end. What I would like to do in the next little while is talk about really how the Indo-Pacific is currently overlaid by great power rivalry, really defined by the US-China relationship, and I guess the extent to which these two great powers are seeking to adjust and manage that great power rivalry. Because, I think essentially that is, that defines so much of the regional picture in the Indo-Pacific. I wouldn't want to exaggerate that too much, and what I sort of go on to talk about in my presentation is the role of middle powers, key middle powers like Indonesia and Australia, and their capacity to use their influence and agency to achieve a situation in the Indo-Pacific, particularly Southeast Asia, where the great powers don't dominate everything, but middle powers like Indonesia and Australia still have a degree of manoeuvre, the capacity to shape policy outcomes. And I guess what I want to sort of argue also is that the G20 is a classic example of an international institution that middle powers are well suited to contributing to, because it's not just dominated by the great powers. The fact that Indonesia is holding, or I should say is the chair of the G20 this year, it's holding the Leaders Summit in Bali later this year, offers a real opportunity, I think, to put issues on the agenda that really are of concern to non-great powers, to those countries in the international system like Australia, Indonesia, South Korea, Canada, countries that are not great powers, but nonetheless have a real stake in the future of the international system. And what I'd also like to do at the end of my presentation today is just to offer a few observations for international colleagues around the new Australian government. We had an election in Australia last month. Many of you will be aware that elected a new Labor government with Prime Minister Anthony Albanese as the new Prime Minister. And this government's really looking to reset its relationships in Southeast Asia and the South Pacific particularly. So, look, really starting off with the kind of first topic that I'd like to talk about today, and that's really the regional picture and US-China rivalry. Look, I think what's clear is that US-China tensions show no sign of abating. Indeed, strategic rivalry in the Indo-Pacific between China and the US is in fact intensifying. Last week's Shangri-La dialogue in Singapore featured warnings from the Chinese Defence Minister to the United States not to meddle in Taiwan or to smear China. For his part, the US Secretary of Defense reminded attendees of the reach of US military power and Washington's commitment to push back against China in the Indo-Pacific. Beijing and Washington continue to adjust to periods of intensifying great power rivalry, and their focus is very much on crafting strategies to manage the complex dynamics of this rivalry. To use the words of the US administration, to promote competition without catastrophe. I think really that's something that Beijing and Washington are both committed to. They're quite comfortable with intensifying competition, but they want to ensure that that doesn't escalate into armed conflict. And this dynamic is really now playing out daily in our region. Beijing's growing ambition to expand its strategic footprint in the region, including in the South Pacific, has been reinforced by China's muscular approach to the South China Sea, its assertiveness over Taiwan, and Beijing's acceptance of North Korea as a nuclear weapons state. Under Xi Jinping, China has grown more confident in asserting its claims and influence in the Indo-Pacific, but it's also grown less tolerant of countries in the region challenging Beijing's authority, despite China's continuing engagement with multilateral institutions, which of course has a very strong history. For its part, the United States is focused on strengthening institutions in the Indo-Pacific, most notably its bilateral security alliances and of course the Quad. But the Biden administration has also made a point of re-engaging with multilateral institutions and relationships in the South Pacific and Southeast Asia, turning back the tendency of the Trump administration to disengage the US from multilateralism. While the Biden administration has essentially reaffirmed the core policy attributes of Trump's approach to China, it has returned to the Obama-era engagement with Indo-Pacific institutions, while at the same time reasserting America's diplomatic as well as its military presence in the region. So turning now to Jakarta's challenge as G20 president. So how does Jakarta navigate, how does Indonesia navigate this regional context? And look, to start off by saying, it's obvious that every host of the G20 wants to ensure it is a success. Australia hosted the G20 in 2014, and I can tell you that the pressure was very much on the Australian government to ensure it was a success at that time. However, events beyond the host's control often conspire to ensure this is difficult to achieve in practice. The G20 is a complex multilateral process involving myriad consultative and decision-making points covering a range, a wide array of issue areas. Traditional parts of the G20's agenda, centering on financial and macroeconomic stability, overlap and interact with newer issue areas such as health and climate change. In the era of COVID, of course, health has come much more to the forefront, and the equal distribution of vaccines around the world has become a major issue, particularly in the emerging world. And of course, this can be seen just by logging on to the homepage for the 2022 G20 and looking at the agenda of the G20. It is very ambitious. There's a plethora of working groups, formal plenary sessions, and of course, opportunity for impromptu meetings on the sidelines between heads of government and their ministers. But the most pressing challenge for the G20 host is to ensure that their 12-month presidency achieves what it sets out to do, and that the hosting of the event through the establishment of a temporary secretariat runs smoothly from a logistical standpoint. The 2022 G20 provides an excellent and, in my view, timely opportunity to underscore Indonesia's leadership in the region. But it also presents Jakarta with some pretty big challenges. Indonesia's three signature G20 pillars, global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation, are complemented by the G20's established core mission of promoting global tax reform, fighting corruption, deepening infrastructure financing, and promoting more inclusive international cooperation. Even in the event that geopolitical circumstances were highly favourable, achieving all of these goals that I've just outlined would be extremely demanding. But in a context where regional and international geopolitical tensions are increasingly acute, it will be even harder for Jakarta to forge consensus. While the G20 no longer has to contend with President Trump's hostility towards free trade and liberalisation, Russia's continued invasion of Ukraine and backsliding among some G20s in relation to reform and more open economies poses a major challenge to achieving substantive outcomes at this year's meeting. And as many of you will be aware from media reporting in recent weeks, further complicating this is the possibility that some leaders, including President Biden, will not attend the Leaders' Summit in Bali because of Vladimir Putin's presence. While this would be directed against Russian aggression, the effect of this would be to damage Joko Widodo's standing. This would be a negative outcome, not only from Indonesia's perspective, but also for Indonesia's friends in the region, including Australia. So what can, how can middle powers, like-minded middle powers, what can they do to contribute to the success of this year's G20? Well, as I point out in the abstract for my presentation, Indonesia's success at this year's G20 will depend, I think, on how it builds informal coalitions with like-minded middle powers to ensure that the G20 agenda is not obscured by great power rivalry. The G20 has been pivotal in giving middle powers a greater voice in broader macroeconomic policy coordination globally, but also providing them with a seat at the table when it comes to the single most important multilateral mechanism outside the UN system, which of course is the G20. Indeed, when the G20 was formed in 1999, it was seen as an unprecedented opportunity for middle powers, particularly those outside Europe, as well as China, of course, to shape the future of global economic policy coordination. So, middle powers arguably have more of a stake than great powers in ensuring the G20 is a success. In this sense, Indonesia can count on strong support from countries such as Australia, Canada, and South Korea in preventing the various meetings of the G20 being hijacked by great power politics. I would argue that this is different from sending a signal to Russia over its continuing invasion of Ukraine. Canada, for instance, has said that its officials will not interact with Russian counterparts in G20 deliberations because this is an issue of the core sovereignty of a UN member state, that is Ukraine, which is being invaded. Of course, previous G20 meetings have discussed a range of current and international challenges that don't pertain directly to the formal agenda. Think of the war in Syria. Think of Iran's nuclear program. All of these have intruded on the G20's agenda. But the key challenge in 2022 will be to avoid US-China rivalry obscuring the core agenda that Indonesia and like-minded countries want to push forward. So, in the next few minutes, what I'll do is provide a few observations on Australia's new government and how that's relevant for Indonesia broadly and the region, but also how it might help Joko Widodo's attempt to ensure that this year's G20 is a success. As I said, Australia has a new government in office. After 9 years of a coalition, a Conservative government in Australia, the election in May this year saw them swept out of office, and the election of a Labor government led, as I said, by Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. The new government has embraced what I would term a reset approach to foreign policy. It's determined to reset its relationships with a range of regional countries in the Indo-Pacific, but also with countries internationally, such as France, really try and reset the relationships Australia has with other countries. My sense is that this is very timely and, in fact, is overdue. I think it was time for Australia to reset its relationships in Southeast Asia and the South Pacific particularly. The Albanese government has embraced a high-profile engagement strategy in the South Pacific and Southeast Asia. And this is based on partnership and collaboration, and the government is committed to taking serious action on climate change, which is actually a bit of a game changer in terms of how Australia engages with regional partners. My view is that one of the issues that really was a drag on the Morrison government having an effective kind of engagement strategy in Southeast Asia, but particularly in the South Pacific, was its refusal to really take climate change treat climate change as a serious issue on which Australia had an opportunity to exercise leadership. And so I think with the new government, this problem, if you like, has been fixed, and it provides grounds for a reset. Widely reported in the last week has been the meeting between Australian Defence Minister Richard Marles and his Chinese counterpart Wei Fenghe at the Shangri-La Summit. This was the first ministerial level meeting between Australia and China in 3 years, and follows an extended period of tensions in the bilateral relationship. While the Albanese government has signalled that it's more willing than the Morrison government to engage Beijing in a dialogue, it has also stated that it will be continuing the policy settings laid down by the Morrison government. And one of those is the Prime Minister has just announced, I think it was yesterday, that any serious dialogue is going to be dependent on Beijing lifting trade restrictions imposed on Australia over the past couple of years that have really punished Australian exporters. The new Labor government has reaffirmed Australia's strong commitment to the US alliance, and Prime Minister Albanese and Foreign Minister Penny Wong's visit to Washington in May, straight after the election, pointed to the alignment between the Biden administration and the Albanese government on climate change, as well as core security commitments under ANZUS. The visit provided Prime Minister Albanese with an opportunity for his new government to reaffirm its commitment to AUKUS, an initiative that has triggered some unease among Australia's regional neighbours, including Indonesia. With respect to the Indo-Pacific, the new Australian government has been quick to reassert Australia's commitment to deep engagement with its Pacific family, and Albanese's high-profile visit to Jakarta underscored the centrality of the relationship with Indonesia, the centrality of this relationship to the Australian government's broader desire to engage more closely with ASEAN. Albanese's commitment to attend the Bali G20 Leaders Summit, irrespective of Vladimir Putin's attendance, stands in stark contrast to Scott Morrison's earlier comment that he wouldn't attend the summit if Vladimir Putin was present. It also backs up Prime Minister Albanese's comment, I think it was when he was riding the bike with Joko Widodo around the palace, that he, Albanese, is committed to attending in this year's to making this year's G20 a success for Indonesia. So, based on what the new Australian government has done and said already, combined with the Labor Party's preferred historical approach to foreign and defence policy, I think we can expect a growing emphasis on Australia's role as a proactive middle power committed to the US alliance, but focused equally on building coalitions in the Indo-Pacific among like-minded states. Here, ASEAN and the Pacific Islands Forum will be particularly important. So seen from this perspective, I think this is good news for the relationship between Jakarta and Canberra. We know that this relationship has gone through ups and downs through our history, really since the 1960s. And we know that while the Widodo and Albanese governments will continue to have differences over a range of issues, and that includes AUKUS, if we're going to be honest. Despite that, there's still a lot of common ground between Australia and Indonesia. So in conclusion, looming especially large is a shared desire for middle powers not to be sidelined in the deliberations that shape the future Indo-Pacific and indeed the global order. This year's G20, hosted by Indonesia, will be a major test of whether this aspiration is based on realism or whether it's based on wishful thinking. Thank you, and I'll conclude there.
Thank you, Professor Andu. And please give applause to the Professor Andu. And the second speaker is our friend from China, Professor Jia Daojiang. He gained his bachelor degree in English and American Language and Literature from Anhui University, and his Ph.D. from University of Hawaii and employment background. 2007 up to the present, he's lecturer at the School of International Relations, Peking University. From 2003 to 2007, he was a lecturer at the School of International Relations, Renmin University of China. And from 1999 up to 2003, he was lecturer at Japan International University. From 1998 up to 1999, he was a lecturer at Miyazaki International University. And from 1995 up to 1997, he was a lecturer at Macau University. He has great research interest in international political economy, non-traditional security, energy, food, ocean, public health, cross-border water resources management, and etc. Political risk management of Chinese-funded enterprise, transnational investment and operation, China and political and economic relation of country in the Asia-Pacific region, including Southeast Asia. Let us see how the Professor Zhao Doujiang highlight the political tension recently between Russia and China, Russia and Ukraine, and how that affects the future situation, especially related to the G20. Please, Professor Zhao Doujiang.
Thank you very much.
Sorry if I made a mistake in pronouncing your name. Thank you.
You did quite well. You did quite well.
Please, Professor, you have 25 minutes.
25? That's
25 minutes to present your view on that issue, on the topic. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And greetings from Beijing. I regret that I cannot go back to Jakarta for this important occasion. My last trip to Jakarta was probably 2018. I thank the organizers for inviting me to this forum, and I will spend probably up to 15 minutes or so to go through some of the points I crafted for this occasion. This is the 17th edition of the G20 Summit, and very significantly, it's the rotation of the G20 presidency to Indonesia, at least in a geographical sense, is a return of the forum to its roots. The launching of the G20 goes back to December 1999 in Berlin. In the beginning, that was the meeting of finance ministers and central bank governors. That meeting was motivated by concerns about the regional financial crisis in Southeast Asia, Indonesia being a major victim of that contagion, and Indonesian society and country went through a tremendous process of adjusting to the crisis. So the recovery was fast of the Asian financial crisis, including that in Indonesia, but nevertheless, the concerns stayed on. But let's bear in mind that the elevation of the G20 from a ministerial level meeting of finance and central bank governors to that of a leaders summit took place about 10 years later in 2009. And the background of that, of course, was the Wall Street financial crisis, which had global implications. I don't have the picture to show for the moment, but if you recall, in Virginia, where the meeting took place, there was a group photo with former President Bush standing in the middle, and the King of Saudi Arabia standing to his left, and the President of China standing to his right. That was an indicator of the kind of solidarity. Saudi Arabia was is a key factor in stabilizing global energy prices, and China, as you may recall, committed to a major 4 trillion Chinese yuan stimulus package, and in any case that was done. But today, along the way, the G20 has expanded in its substantive agenda. We have today we probably what's called the T20, the think tank 20. I don't know what happened to the B20, the business 20, and there are other offshoots of the formal meetings. And in coordinating the meetings, we no longer just have finance matters. Each country, member state of the G20, has 2 shepherds, one of the foreign ministry, the other of the finance ministry. So as has been recognized that the G20 is no longer just about finance. But very unfortunately, since the launching of the G20 summit, for some years, this format of, let's say, there is a bit of a hierarchy of sorts. The G7, not necessarily G8, would reach consensus on some of the major issues of the time. And then the multilateral institutions, such as the World Bank, IMF, and then some UN institutions would start to implement, in a way, or should at least take direction from the G20, G7 directions. And then the forums like the Global Economic Forum would amplify the messages for the societal consumption. Somewhere in between G7 and the UN was the G20. But let's be honest with ourselves. The G20, the quality of response to crisis has to be based on effective coordination among the members. That's a positive way of putting it. But at the same time, as been alluded to earlier by our colleague from Griffith University, that effectiveness is conditioned by a large array of issues that compete for attention, and the agenda setting is really important. More than that, G20 not only has a large membership, it does not have a secretariat, and this makes it different from the OECD, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. Some argue or allude to that the OECD serves as a de facto secretariat for G20, but certainly there are limits to that arrangement as well. So that leads to some observers to wonder if the G20 is indeed a crisis committee, or it can be a steering committee that can set some course for the future. When China was campaigning to host the G20, I believe it was 2012 or so, I was one of the participants among academics to wonder whether or not China should be doing that. Later on, China did succeed in getting the opportunity to host it in Hangzhou 4 years later, 2016. And one of the issues we always had to battle with ourselves is how to relate from the previous host, and then also how to quote-unquote ensure what was reached at the Chinese hosting of this G20 to the next host. So in that regard, I think Indonesia this year has rightfully, very correctly, come to identify the goal, the 3 workable ideas. That is to say, the global health architecture, energy transition, and economic transformation based on digitalization. These are actionable projects. This is no longer about declarations of solidarity. This is there may be a deal, an element of alliance building, but however you call it, whether it's however you name the nature of it, but the Indonesian urge for all its members and beyond to recover together and recover stronger, this is certainly a right on the mark. That we need that, and we needed that in the past. This time around, we have not just a war that's going on in Europe, we also have serious challenges to economic recovery around the world, not least in food and in health. So each of these three issues, health, energy, and digitization, they're interrelated, but they do require concerted and constant cooperation and collaboration. So in this sense, I actually admire the wisdom of our Indonesian colleagues in coming up with such actionable or such issues that ought to be actionable. It's real leadership rather than some of the more broader calls for collaboration. Hopefully the consensus, points of consensus reached at the working levels of government at the formal meetings will become more transferable later on. In other words, think the host country spent a lot of time to prepare for that. It does not just end up with a few photo opportunities or some pieces of paper, but these are issues whereby I'll come back to this point later on towards the end of what I prepared to say. Now, my task is to talk about the geostrategic challenges. There is no shortage of Chinese views on what geostrategic challenge. Let me begin by making a very quick observation about the war in Ukraine. It's a surprise to most of us who don't work on European matters within Europe. And the war is now more than 100 years long, and there's no obvious solution in sight. The longer the stalemate, the greater the costs to the parties more directly involved. Of course, in terms of food, energy, and health securities of other countries also get adversely affected because Ukraine itself, and certainly Europe, is and Russia, they are key actors in the global supply chains. But then still, I would think that G20 this year should stick to its focus on promoting cooperation on socio-economic affairs. There are wars, and this is not the only war. We can keep talking about it, but at the end of the day, the demand for political alignment over the war is real, but effective resolution will have to begin with the landing on the lowest common denominator among the parties directly involved. But what concerns me more in terms of the war is that it actually affirms or accelerates the trend to deglobalize the world economy. So that's the first point I would note. In other words, we should not lose sight of the longer-term trend that is socio-economic development of the world, rather than the war per se. Now, in terms of larger issues of geopolitics or geoeconomics, there is this notion of the so-called East versus the West, or the West versus the rest. A lot has been said about it, and there are different ideological connotations to the framing. I would argue that it's partly due to the mutual political, diplomatic, and economic acrimonies between the United States of China. You have to remember, the relationship between China and the United States has never been that smooth. We have before Nixon came and after Nixon came, I just had a workshop that talked about what lessons have been learned, what lessons have not been learned 50 years after Nixon's trip to Beijing. But then there are agreements. But then there is a demand for rearranging the chains of supply, production, and trade. And that demand, a lot of times, is driven by this ideological orientation to fit in what I would call a heuristic division line. So we are really having a good deal of man-made disruptions. Now, then you have, earlier there was reference by Professor O'Neill as well, development of Quad Ox. But then I would think for the East Asian region, probably a more concerning development is talk of somehow building up a NATO-like function, military function in the region. We have to remember that the ASEAN way of diplomacy, or what the Indonesian defense minister said recently at Shangri-La meeting, that there is indeed an Asian way of resolving differences among inescapable neighbors. And what is that? I would argue that, and it's not just an argument, it's in practice. No more Vietnam. No more Vietnam means different things to different people, but in this region, it means no more war that, between any party that's purely based on some sort of understanding of so-called, of large geopolitical forces around the world. In other words, no country should become big or small to get into a war situation simply to say this is part of a larger agenda. This is part of a larger ideology. Vietnam suffered itself together with its neighbors, Laos and Cambodia more directly, and Thailand, the rest of Southeast Asia. And this region is determined not to repeat that. That no more Vietnam war has to be accepted wisdom. But I do not see substance to analogies like the Cold War, like U.S.-led West versus China. I don't think there is this characterization of an East versus West, or / China versus the United States, or autocracy or versus democracy. Those kind of framings are neat, but not very substantive, and they can be disruptive. Disruptive not just in terms of diplomacy, they can be disruptive in terms of causing real damage to people's lives, real costs to other economies. If China is growing and its system is different, but at the same time it's also slowing down in its growth, and there are worries about the demographic decline. But in any case, its governance system has its own features, and especially over the recent years, there are different projections, and some of them got loudly quoted abroad. But regardless of all that fanfare, whoever runs China, whatever political party runs China, so far there is no change of that, right? China is not in any position to curtail its exposure to the rest of the world through trade and relationship. Of course, mutual interdependence in economics is not a sufficient precondition for prevention of war, but that actually does function as a ballast stone against tipping over the balance. Now, also we need to realize that different from the Cold War years, we don't have campaigns like so-called South-South cooperation or non-aligned movement. Many countries in the world, however you categorize them, middle powers or smaller powers or low income, high income, they do not champion that kind of solidarity. The vast majority of the world has indeed progressed to value no conflict peace. It's tenacious, it's contentious, but nevertheless no war peace. And many more countries value introspection and self-change as a guide for changing the ever-evolving differences in politics between nation states. So there are tensions between China and the United States, but let's sit back and say, well, yes, it's part of the larger dynamics, and there are indeed forces within both China and the United States and beyond to escalate the tension and to drag in more actors into this so-called conflict. So in other words, I'm not saying we can just sit back and be at ease, but on the other hand, if we go back to the wisdom in the Indonesian presidency's identification of the issues for such forums, it's the real meat and butter, food and butter issues in our daily life: health, digitization, food. Right? This is the I'm sorry, energy, food related. But all that is said, and relating back to what I said earlier on about consistency, about the G20 lacking a secretariat to somehow drive some level of enforcement of the good ideas reached. I think at this point of time, we should pay special attention to the constraints that are placed on epistemic communities. Earlier, I mentioned the B20 or T20, partly due to the pandemic. The interactions are less intensive, especially over such issues of food, energy, health, environment, climate change. We do need well-functioning epistemic communities across different countries. They are the ones who can translate declarations of practice, declarations of cooperation and solidarity into actual practice. The pandemic is 3 years long, but that's only part of the hindrance to effective exchange. More and more countries are treating, the government are treating exchange of ideas, technology, even basic college education as so-called national security issues. You have more and more, well, put it nicely, stringent reviews of national security grounds. This trend is part of the deglobalization, but then certainly each nation state has a right to do it. It's within its sovereignty, but it does adversely affect exchanges in such fundamental basic science. And that's detrimental to mitigating against the challenges that disregard nation boundaries. We cannot just be talking about, for example, climate change being an issue of concern. It's an action. And actions needs experts, needs the real stakeholders in business and the society. Once their room for interactions are curtailed due to geopolitical or national governance considerations, then we don't really have a lot of then we are really doing ourselves a disservice. But the better part of the news is that here in Asia, we seem to have found a modality for putting that forward. And incidentally, probably not so incidentally, Indonesia played a big role in this. That's the RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. Different from other free trade arrangements, the RCEP actually has a review function that brings different member states together to work on specific issues. And this RCEP modality probably should be adopted or should be at least promoted at the G20, this year's G20, to see if similar mechanism can work rather than the current practice of saying you have a rotation of the G20 presidency and whoever gets to host it works on itself. So there has to be some follow-up. So if I bring myself to the last observation, is that Indonesia should be encouraged to play a leadership role, not just in hosting this. More important, before the next presidency, to follow up with the point of consensus reached at this year's G20, especially when these issues are so ought to be so actionable. Let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ja. Now we have our third speaker. Before I invite the third speaker, Professor Evi Fitriani, allow me to introduce her background. Evi Fitriani is a Professor of International Relations at the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Indonesia, and the Indonesian Country Coordinator of Network of East Asia Think Tank, or NET, the track 2 of ASEAN Plus 3. She was the head of department from the year 2012 to 2016, co-founder of the University Master Program of European Studies, and co-founder of the ASEAN Studies Center of FISIP University Indonesia. She became a visiting scholar at the Free University of Brussels, 2014, University of Melbourne, Australia, 2016, and a visiting professor at the University of Meiji, Tokyo. Previously, Professor Fitriani served as the head of International Office of the University Indonesia, and then secretary of the University Senate, and member of the University Task Force on Autonomy. And she has a great research interest on Indonesian foreign policy, ASEAN, ASEAN regionalism and China, East Asian affairs and Indonesia-Australia relation, Asia-Europe relation, and Indonesia's land border. She has published a lot of publication, and I don't think that we need to read because it is too long. And please, Bu Evi. You have 20 minutes, up to 25 minutes, Bu Evi.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Excellencies, Professor, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased and honored to join this session with my two colleagues, Professor Zah and Professor O'Neill, despite a very depressing topic we have to discuss about the politics of international relations. I will put forward three issues in this opportunity. First is the war in Ukraine, the second is international order in which the G20 exists, and the geopolitical challenge to Indonesian G20 presidency. As the president of G20 in 2022, Indonesia has faced unprecedented challenges as the global community have to deal with three serious global challenges. Prolonged pandemics that threats global health, economic depression that include, among others, energy and food security, food crisis, and the heightening tension among major powers, namely, among others, US and China. Arguably, the third problem is the most serious one because it has not only jeopardized cooperative effort in G20 to overcome the first two problems, the health problems and the economic crisis, but also exacerbated the global health problems and the economic crisis. So it's not solve the problem, but it is make it more serious problem. It is within the context of the competition relation between the major powers that I would like to place the war in Ukraine. You don't have to be international relations scholars to understand that the war in Ukraine is not about Ukraine versus Russia or about Russia against other smaller countries in the region. It is about Russian against Western countries coalition led by the US. Everybody could see it. As other proxy wars after the Second World War, it is caused by instability of international order because of the challenges to the American hegemony and Western supremacy. The challenges are not only from China, but also from old competitors like Russia, and can also come from emerging economies. The war has demolished Ukraine and has degraded Russian international image seriously, but it has benefited military-industrial complex in US and Europe. So we can now see who are actually benefited from the war in Ukraine. Like other hegemonic powers before the 20th century, it seems that the US must adapt to the new international order in which this country cannot anymore dominate the world, and that they must accept the reality that a more inclusive multilateral global governance rather than American dominance is the norms nowadays. US failure to adopt with the new global order will have to face us to watch more proxy wars in the future. These circumstances, we don't want to see these circumstances like in Ukraine anywhere else. I now come to the second point about the international structure covering the G20. The G20 does not exist in a vacuum of environment. The international order in which G20 exists is uncertain. Indeed, the G20 itself is the result of changing international order in which 7 economically strongest countries, or G7, we know, have to give place to emerging economies and created a more inclusive global economic governance in 1999 and then in 2008. But the old powers has not given in their domination and superiority easily. Consequently, since its inception, the G20 has been shaped and reshaped by global dynamics. The dynamics include competing environment in Indo-Pacific, in the Taiwan Strait, and the South China Sea. Arguably, I will argue with this, even though without the war in Ukraine, tension between China and the US will, or between the EU and Russia, will affect G20 presidency this year. The G20, that is supposed to be the cooperation forum for global governance, has been put under pressure by major power tension. I have heard about this phrase several times today and also yesterday, that G20 have been put hostage under this tension. I would agree with that phrase. But for example, there have been history in that. Crimean integration to Russia in 2014 was happened under Australian G20 presidency. And then Russia involvement in Syria civil war was started in 2015 when Turkey was the G20 president. In those two geopolitical crises, thankfully, G20 cooperation continued and their impacts on the presidencies are minimum. However, this year the war in Ukraine is an exception. This is the most serious challenge to G20, longevity. So, discussing cooperation effort in the G20 must always aware of the conflicting competitive relation between major power in the G20 itself, because who are the member of G20 is already not in the same camp. They are conflicting partners. In a way, G20 is a negotiation platform for the major powers, as well as for advanced and emerging economies. Now, my last point is about challenge to Indonesian presidency. Current geopolitical problem in Eastern Europe, in Ukraine, is the most pressing challenge that threats the G20 longevity because of the strong pressure from the US and its allies to exclude Russia from G20 process. We have heard a lot of verbal threat in our media. Clearly, they, the American and allies, have tried to use G20 to punish Russia. This geopolitical crisis, perhaps the most daunting task for Indonesia as the president of this year. When Indonesia took, Ibu Sri Mulyani mentioned about it this morning, when Indonesia took presidency in November 2021, the most two difficult tasks are to respond to the global health challenges and the economic crisis from the pandemic time. However, since March 2022, it turned that the war in Ukraine is the most serious because it's not only jeopardize the cooperative effort to respond to the two crises before, but also to make it worse. As the president of G20, Indonesia's interest is to maintain the G20 process, the meetings, the declaration, and the legacy of the process, both in finance and Sherpa tracks, and to leave legacy that can effectively respond to the aforementioned global challenges and to strengthen G20 as the cooperative mechanism, which in turn we hope to strengthen global governance. Consequently, Indonesia is not only has to seek more solid cooperation from other G20 members, but also must strive under the major power pressure. Thus, Indonesia must apply more innovative, flexible, agile, and creative diplomacy to maintain G20 process to address the global challenges through priority issues in both finance and Sherpa track. And we have heard your recommendation yesterday, and a lot of things has already mentioned by Ibu Sri Mulyani and Pak Airlangga this morning, and also by Professor Kirton. But the second task is to maintain support of the conflicting parties in the G20 to the process, namely the working group meetings, ministerial meetings, high-level discussion, and summit. Thus, Indonesia has to take extraordinary effort to fulfill its task as G20 president this year. So far, Indonesia managed the two president tasks above. I would like to put forward some examples that I collect from those people who are already involved in G20 regarding how Indonesia tried to respond to these challenges. Earlier today, Professor John Kirton said that numerous meetings during the Indonesian presidency helped set the path to maintain the G20 agenda amidst the division created by the war in Ukraine. I agree with Professor Kirton, as those numerous meetings provide opportunity to circumvent the zero-sum game circumstances in the G20. The G20 have more than 180 meetings this year, official as well as side event, by the working groups, government officers, and also state leaders at the G2G level, and also among non-state actors like engagement groups. And also, I would like to mention 1.5 track in which non-state actors join with the government officer for many meetings, such as we have today. And this, a lot of meetings provide opportunity for Indonesia to find the ways to negotiate with different parties that are not always in the same side. Chairs, and the second example is chair and co-chair of the meeting have been creative in managing the meeting settings or procedures. In several working groups, chair and co-chair usually try to put the Russian either in the first one to intervene or the last one to intervene in order to create a more peaceful environment for both parties to attend the meeting, and especially to make sure that they attend the meeting. Indonesian officers have worked hard to find compromise and secure support from all members. As Ibu Sri Mulyani already mentioned this morning, they were the conflicting parties, and they exchanged a lot of hard words in media, whether they would like attend or not the G20. But when they talk with Indonesia as a president of G20, all of those conflicting parties assure Indonesia that they support the presidency. Thus, Indonesia has maintained a close communication with the conflicting countries, and we hope the approach will continue and can narrow the differences between the conflicting parties. The immediate task at the moment is to persuade Russia to stop the war in Ukraine and to work on the recovery. Behind and beside the war, there have been numerous real issues that have to be solved by G20 states, ranging from climate change to digital gaps to food and energy security and others. The formula of G20 minus X, G20 minus X is perhaps unthinkable at the moment, but who knows? G20 may have to adapt to the geopolitical pressure. We'll see whether neo-realist scenario or neoliberal one that explain the decision taken by the G20 leaders. I will stop here, and I'm looking forward for further discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wempi, please. We still have time, almost 30 minutes for discussion. And I just got a number of questions given by some observers. And I think the questions are directed either to Professor Andrew and to our friend from China, Professor Zhang, and also to Professor HP. And let me read the question briefly, and I will give the answer to the speaker. The question. The question. There is a question from our friend India, Palguni Sundraman Biswal. The question is directed to Professor Andrew O'Neill. What has the G20 as a group of 20 leading economies done so far, and what should it do to support solution to the climate change? What policy are at countries' disposal in order to improve the environment and assure sustainable living and a chance for future and climate for the future generation? This is the question to Professor Andrew. And then there is a question also to Professor Andrew, the second question from the same person, from Professor from the Palguni Sundram Biswal. The second question is, meanwhile, the pandemic remains persistent and structural issues such as inequality and climate change remain unresolved. And with high public debt, space to respond is really constrained. The war in Ukraine also poses new multilateral policy challenges. Most pressing is the growing humanitarian crisis in the region. How should policymakers respond? That's the second question. The third one is given by our friend Fajar from Sarip Hidayatullah to also Professor Andrew O'Neill. If the war in Ukraine is still happening when the summit happens and countries like the USA, UK and their allies do not attend the summit, do you think their absence are wrong choice when the summit discuss what problem? That's the third question to Professor Andrew. And the fourth question to Professor Zhou Doujiang. It was raised by Palguni also. Will technological breakthroughs be developed in time to boost economic productivity and solve the problem caused by the strain on natural resources and climate change, as well as chronic disease, aging population, and rapid urbanization? That's the fourth question. And this is the last question from our friend India. This is directed to Professor Zhou Doujiang. He raised the question like this: can China avoid the middle income trap? What will be the impact on the global economy if China cannot escape from middle income trap. And then for Ibu Evi, I think there's the, which one? I cannot see this. Yeah. I cannot use this. Okay. That's all the question. Please, each speaker can make a response to that question. Bu Evi first or Professor Andrew? Professor Andrew, please. Can you hear clearly? Professor Andrew?
Okay, I can hear you, yes.
Yeah. Please, Professor Andrew.
Thank you. And thank you very much for the questions. They're really hard questions, actually. So congratulations. So to take the first question around climate change and the G20, look, my response to that is that we shouldn't expect the G20 to do any better than, frankly, the United Nations has done on climate change. And to be perfectly blunt, neither the G20 or the United Nations has done particularly well on climate change. And you know, I wouldn't fault the G20 for that. I think the G20 is essentially the sum of its parts, in the sense that you know, the strength of any agreement in the G20 is only as strong as its weakest member, if I could put it like that. So the fact that you have 20 countries in the G20, obviously 20 countries, there are going to be states in that mix in the G20 who are not particularly committed to climate change. They talk the talk about commitments to climate change, but to combating climate change, I should say. But when it comes to making commitments internationally, they're not willing to do that. And regrettably, I think Australia has sort of been in that category the last few years. It's talked about being committed to combating climate change, but really when it comes to sort of agreeing to aspirational stretch targets, it hasn't come to the party. I think that's going to change with the new Australian government, by the way, but there are still countries in the G20, and I won't name them here, but who are, for example, heavily reliant on coal. And so the G20 can agree in principle to get rid of the financing of the coal industry, but the reality is that when those countries' governments go home, they're not going to implement that in practice, because you know the coal sector has significant influence and indeed, you know, in many cases, close connections with governments in power. Similarly, the G20 can commit to reducing global warming to certain levels of, you know, pre-industrialized kind of targets, but you know, again, unless governments are willing to go home and legislate that, codify that in legislation, in rules and regulations, then you know those commitments are pretty meaningless, frankly. So I'm pretty skeptical about the G20's ability, not because it's the G20, it's just that any multilateral institution is going to have a lowest common denominator approach, simply because there are going to be countries who aren't willing to come on board, but you need a consensus statement, and in order to get those countries to come on board to the consensus statement, you have to water it down, which produces lowest common denominator outcomes, regrettably. But I think that's the nature of multilateral diplomacy, unfortunately. On the Ukraine issue, you know, this is a really tough question for countries. I think in the case of what is clearly, you know, naked aggression on the part of Russia that can be traced back to 2014 against a United Nations member state, you know, it's flagrant. You know, the Russians have essentially continued their invasion of Ukraine that began in 2014. That is deeply offensive to many countries around the world, as it should be. And so I totally understand the views of leaders who, frankly, don't want to have anything to do with a leader like Vladimir Putin, who authorises an invasion of another country, but as part of that invasion, deliberately targets civilian targets, resulting in the deaths of civilians in huge destruction of Ukrainian cities, and, you know, frankly, war crimes as well. So why would you want to engage with anyone like Vladimir Putin? So I understand that. On the other hand, a realist would say, and I would put myself in this camp, would say that yes, there are occasions where you do have to you do have to look at the bigger picture in terms of multilateral, in terms, in the case of Australia, for example, and I think Anthony Albanese has done this, he is trying to look at the bigger picture here. What's at stake? It's not only about Indonesia's reputation and supporting Joko Widodo in his hosting of the summit. That's important from Australia's perspective. A strong Indonesia is an effective Indonesia from Australia's perspective. So I think I know from Anthony Albanese's perspective, attending the summit, attending the Leaders' Summit in Bali is an important vote of confidence in Joko Widodo's and Indonesia's leadership, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure that Anthony Albanese doesn't, or he will minimise any opportunity to interact with Vladimir Putin. I guess what I'm saying is that sometimes you have to hold your nose in order to achieve the bigger kind of picture. And the bigger picture here for Australia is strengthening Indonesia and indeed the role of middle powers, as I argued earlier, through Indonesia hosting the G20.
Thank you, Professor Andrew. Now is Professor Zhang. Professor Zhang? Yeah. You have got the question before? Have you got it?
Yeah, I got the question. Thank you.
I have one question also, if you don't remind. I have one question also. Yesterday I read in the media that United States just established the idea of China House. What do you think of that idea? Thank you.
That's interesting. Well, there has been about 3 years of very little contact at the working level of both governments. And I do believe a lot of working level policymakers, certainly research communities on both sides, rely a lot on readings, or very much like the good old way of the Cold War years when people relied on radio transcripts to figure out the policies or so-called assess intent on both sides. So in that sense, the so-called China House, or however you name it, they got a few of them. The CIA, now it's the State Department, and you also remember the Justice Department of the United States used to have a dedicated team to what it called its China Initiative. I must be careful in what I say, not necessarily to offend anyone or to avoid that. It's that we don't really know a whole lot, because what's really going on in the U.S., and for that matter, the U.S. side is not really. They should, if they're modest enough, they should also reserve their judgments about what's going on here in China. There is that temptation to come up with rhetorically neat summaries, but as I mentioned earlier on in my opening remarks, it's really the introspection and the self-reflection that matters. The real challenge here is how to have some resumption of normalcy of contacts. It's very distressing when you start to read news reports of the no contact between the quality inspection authorities on drugs. I'm talking about pharmaceutical drugs between the two countries. Actually, on vaccines, right? One of the singularly destructive, I would say sad, and more than that, how do I characterize it? One of the very, let me try to put it that way. Neither the government agencies of China nor that of those of the United States have any reason to congratulate themselves over the fact that they've totally failed to cooperate with each other on vaccines. On vaccine development, research, mutual recognition, much less to cooperate to deliver to some of the lower and middle income countries. And in diplomacy, they did, you know, I have heard horrible stories of one side asking a third country to say, you must wait before my vaccines, rather than choosing the available vaccines from the other. So these things can go on and on, but it's really time to come to a stop to that kind of no contact, a lot of self-congratulatory, sometimes it's just imagination. And it doesn't really serve as, in any way, in terms of leadership, no matter what language that's presented, English or Chinese or another language, let me put it that way. You don't get me started on US-China relations, China-US relations. Now let me turn to the two questions quickly. You see, technology, it's not just a matter of breakthrough. It's actually effective deployment. And that, a lot of times, have a lot to do with the technology have-nots themselves, because introducing new technology often comes with demands of business opportunities. New technologies can be disruptive. How you adjust to that, and unfortunately, technology is often seen as a matter of competition, you know, legal rights, rather than the public good. And technology also often seen as a matter of national status for a country. And this is whereby I constantly come back to the wisdom of what I said, the identification of actionable issues at this year's G20. We really should do our best to move this forward. It will go a long way, right? And then there was a question about China, the middle income trap. The middle income trap means very different things. If you measure by income levels alone, China is getting close to the OECD average. The OECD average is about 13,000 US. China is about 12,000 US. Now, mind you, there is a lot of mathematics going on in terms of calculating purchasing power or GDP calculations or exchange rates. The concern is real, but the larger concern, I would think, that is shared between here in China and that in other parts of the world is that if you look at what some of the responses in the Chinese society, that's digitization, that's deployment of robots to reduce cost and to increase productivity, efficiency. But often when you start to introduce robots, you really take away a lot of the job opportunities outside China. Because if you look at how China developed, we took in a lot of the second best technologies, the second best job opportunities from other developed economies. So there's a lot to think about. And this is whereby what happens here in China, I'm just a scholar sitting here. Certainly Chinese businessmen and investors, they have their takes. But we need to figure out a way to do more than just commenting, rather than saying, I would think one of the effective ways, or maybe we don't have a better choice, is actually to encourage Chinese investments abroad to create jobs and wealth in those societies, with more jobs, with better jobs, with better than available, not necessarily the top notch of the world, and then to increase wealth in those societies so that the gaps of growth and development would narrow down. But this goes back to what I said earlier on. The trend towards deglobalization is more than talk, especially when you have investment policy reviews, you have these ideological divisions, right? You trade with us or against us. And then I have even heard questioning about that connects cross-border investment to morality. There were serious questions about whether it's morally acceptable to come to China and invest, or some would probably even you have similar voices from here in China to ask whether or not Chinese companies are morally allowed to invest in other countries. Those things are some ideas are very destructive, and that's the kind of job that scholars like us under the G20 or whatnot have a duty to fight against that kind of sentiment. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zhang. We have one question left, and I think this question actually is directed to Professor Wempi, but I would like to use my privilege to raise this question also to Professor Zhang and Professor Andrew, because the question is quite interesting. The question is like this: after Russia invaded Ukraine, Europe deployed an array of monetary, financial, trade, and investment sanctions. But as the war continues, will the sanctions remain effective? If their impact weakens, will the European Union, be able to step them up meaningfully? I think I request each speaker to respond to this question, and we have 15 minutes left, and for each speaker 5 minutes to respond to this question. Thank you very much. Please, Bu Epi.
Thank you. Thank you also for the questions. The sanction from European Union to Russia is not new. In 2014, when Russia first assessed the Crimea, 2014, the European Union already sanctioned the Russia. Look, what is the result? 8 years after that sanction, Russia invaded Ukraine. So there is nothing affect Russia from the sanction. So it's clear that the sanction from the European Union didn't have any effect on Russia, and Russia become so aggressive. So I don't think the problem with EU is because EU very much depend on Russia, on this gas. Yeah, and if you watch the sanction nowadays to Russia because of the current war, the EU carefully choose the sanction that they try to hit Russia, but give limited negative effect on them, which is quite impossible because of their dependency on Russian energy so much. So I don't think EU sanction will effective this time too, considering the one that they already applied 8 years ago in the Crimean crisis. I think I stop here. Professor Zha and Professor O'Neill maybe can have a further response. Thank you. Thank you also for the question.
Please, Professor Andrew, can you respond to the question on the issue of European sanctions against Russia?
Sure. Thank you. Look, again, it's a really great question. Look, my sense around sanctions, just a few quick observations. Sanctions are the most significant step any state can take short of declaring war on another state. An economic blockade is probably another measure that's just short of declaring war against the state. So sanctions fulfill, they send an important message, not just to Russia, but to the rest of the international community, and indeed to the domestic population in European states about how serious Russia's invasion, or I should say continued invasion of Ukraine, is seen. The second point I would make is that, you know, sanctions take some time to bite. They're not, you don't get an instant kind of result from sanctions. And we need to bear in mind too that the sanctions the EU are imposing on Russia today are unprecedented in the sense that, you know, even a country like Germany, which is one of the most dependent states on Russia particularly for gas supplies, has decided to cancel the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline. Now, this was, you know, however Germany came to that decision, it came, you know, partly through international pressure, partly because the Americans, certainly in the British, put pressure on Germany to do that. the German government made that decision, and that's going to cost Germany significantly. And over the long term, it will also cost Russia. And the key kind of challenge for Russia is where are those alternative markets going to come from? Yeah, maybe China, maybe some other countries, maybe India, but maybe not. And so, from Russia's point of view, while they can kind of ride out the short-term pain, I think the structural impact this will have on Russia in the longer term. Of course, the Russians aren't going to admit that publicly, and they're not going to release data that vindicates the EU strategy. But I think what is clear is that this will have some impact, I think a significant impact on the Russian economy. The third point I would make here is that, as Evie points out, the international community has been sanctioning Russia for some time, not just in relation to Ukraine in 2014, but other kind of, I guess, sort of unilateral sanctions as well, imposed by countries like Australia and the Netherlands as a result of Russia's complicity in the shooting down of the Malaysian Airlines flight in 2014. So that says something about Russia's pariah status in international relations. So whatever we think of sanctions, I think the fact that a significant proportion of countries right across the EU are sanctioning Russia says something about just what an outcast Russia is today, not just in Europe, but internationally.
Thank you, Professor Andrew. Professor Zhang? Professor Zhang? Could you respond to that, the issue of sanction, please?
There are at least two levels to this question. One is the specific sanctions on Russia itself over this particular action in Ukraine. We don't know, because in the end, as people always say, it's the human mind rather than the weapons or that decide the outcome of a war. But the second dimension to this is that each of these sanctions are sometimes set in motion a modality of adopting similar measures for handling disputes or differences, even without the party being sanctioned getting involved in a conflict, military conflict. And there are worrying signs of that, including some of the self-congratulatory declarations at such forums, at the World Economic Forum, whereby European leaders or important figures in Europe start to say, well, our market has a lot of power, right? Simply sanctions should become a instrument. That's what we call in political science textbooks weaponization of resources, and there is certainly weaponization of currency, the use of banks, just about anything, including what I said earlier on, the restrictions on knowledge exchange and technological exchange. I wouldn't urge ourselves to, I would not urge ourselves to take this sanction topic lightly. Certainly you have measures, the countermeasures, but the morality of it and also the parameters for both initiating sanctions, implementing sanctions and whatnot needs to be more thoroughly discussed with a heavy heart of what indeed we are doing ourselves in terms of humanity. Just one last word, since Professor O'Neill mentioned that, right? If you think about it, right, fine, the curtailment of gas flows to Western Europe, or for that matter, Germany, which does not have its own storage capacity for natural gas yet. Yeah, that sends a very powerful political message, any way you want to make it. But the Germans have a life to go on to. How do they get the heating, the energy to run their factories? They don't have a lot of more options. They have to turn to oil, which is emits more. They have to turn to coal, and sometimes the dirty coal from Eastern Europe. So how do we juggle all these different goals and these different tasks? So it's a very heavy-hearted question. Thank you for raising it, but we don't have time to resolve.
Thank you, Professor Zhang.
More. Thank you.
Bu Evi, do you want to add a little bit? 2 minutes.
I think I would like to add some more of my question about the effectiveness of sanction. I think sanction will bring impact to the people, right? People in the country. So if it is a democratic country, government will get pressure from the people and they may effective. But country like Russia, where the political system is authoritarian and centralized, Putin will not hear anything from the people. How sanction can work? Because anyway, the sanction will go first to the people, not to the elites, to the decision makers. So I think the effectiveness of sanction very much depend on the political system of the affected countries. That's one additional thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Evi. Time does not allow us to continue our discussion. And I think I request all audience to give a big hand to all speakers, please. Thank you, Professor Zhang and Professor Andrew. I think G20 is waiting for you in November. We are expecting you to see here. Thank you once again. And I request the organizer to take over my position here.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kellyet. Thank you for all the speakers and moderator for this second plenary session. I think that's a great discussion for these plenary sessions. Dr. Kellyet and Prof. Evi Fitriani, please remain on the stage. I would like to invite Vice Rector of Universitas Indonesia, Ibu Vita Silvira, MBA, to the stage to pass on the plaques of appreciation to our honorable speaker, along with our moderator, Dr. Kellyet. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a warm of applause for the second plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost at the end of today's conference. Thank you for your attendance and discussion at Universitas Indonesia International Conference on G20, Boosting Indonesia's Role in G20 Presidency 2020 and 2022. We are going to close today's event, but we have free time after this for afternoon tea and social engagement led by the committee. We expect through this event, we can strengthen the collaboration in G20 Indonesia, recover together, recover stronger. My name is Amira. It's my pleasure to see you on the next occasions. Have a great evening. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the coffee break outside of this ballroom. So please enjoy your coffee and snacks. Bapak dan Ibu yang kami hormati, kami sudah mempersiapkan snack di luar dari ballroom ini. Silakan untuk menikmati kopi, teh, dan juga snack yang sudah disediakan. Terima kasih.
Recording stopped.